All right. How are you doing, folks? Can you hear me well? How are you doing? Everything's good? All right. Let me put on the serious glasses today. Let's go. It's been a while, folks. I'm traveling a lot at the moment, so it's a bit hard for me to catch up with the live stream, but I promise I have tons of them planned. It's going to come back very soon. So, let's go. Today, it's not going to be a very fun subject. It's not going to be entertainment. It's not going to be me acting like a crazy person and throwing punchlines. Today we are doing something a bit serious. I asked a few days ago in the announcement channel something like, "Hey guys, let's not wallow in it, but feel free to dump your fears, worries, struggle, limiting beliefs." Internal battles, let's say, regarding the industry, the goal of getting a job, etc. And I will make a live to address that. And I'm also grabbing all those things, sorting them out, and I want to kind of nuke them or give solutions to them in my presentation for Concept 101. So today is going to be my live or semi-live discovery of those things and giving you tips. As I said, I'm not the best at emotional support. So everything I say right there has the goal to be actionable. But just because it is actionable and I'm not the best at it doesn't mean that I'm indifferent to your struggles, guys. It's just that I'm not the best and I have to shield myself a bit from that. So I'm going to approach that from a solution-oriented point of view. I don't want people to wallow in negativity. That's not the philosophy of the Art Nest. You know it, folks. So, yeah, let's go. And yeah, everyone seems to be wondering about the crowns. It's the top fans. And right now, everyone is one way or the other getting XP. I have no idea of how to get XP. I think you have to comment, you have to like stuff. I have no idea of how it works. But it's starting right now. So it's a new feature from YouTube, by the way. So I got a few of them. I was planning a few answers. You see, like for some of them, let me pick some random one. I'm starting to plan some notes for the answer. I barely scrapped half of the list. So the first half, it's kind of planned. The rest is I'm going to freestyle through it, but it's okay. And you're going to see a lot of worries are a bit redundant, so some of them we'll already talk about. So let's get started. As I told you, folks, I'm respecting your anonymity, so I'm not calling out the names. That's why I'm going to grab them from Discord, copy paste them. So that's it. But some of the people, I know who they are. And sometimes the solution will be addressed directly to them because I know who they are. And they will recognize themselves. So let's go. It's going to be dirty work. I don't like exposing myself to negativity, but the goal is to help. So let's do that. Shall we agree on that, folks? Yeah, that's a ton of questions. We got like 60-ish questions, something like this. So not really question, but worries, etc. You get the point. Let's go. First one. A big fear of not getting work when you have to turn down work because you are already busy and then a few months later it's super quiet. It's from one of the former mentees, professional right now, drowning under work. That's a good problem to have, and it was the first thing. So I'm treating that in order, so it's not by order of importance or whatever. So it's basically first world problem, but that's a good problem to have. And I know that sometimes when you are a pro, it might be a bit worrisome because the world of freelancing is the world of extreme. You have an extreme job extreme money, and then extreme scarcity and extreme no money. So you have to make sure that when you are in that moment of abundance, you are kind of saving for later, financially speaking. And as I've been constantly repeating to the mentees, the best moment to apply and to send application is when your schedule is full. Because if they want you, while you are working, they have to offer you something better. Or they have to be patient. In any case, you have the social proof of working currently, and if you are working, they're going to tell, studios are going to tell themselves, hey, there's probably a reason that person is working, so we should probably hire them. So yeah, basically the best solution for that is keep applying. You don't have to send 10 applications a day, but you're going to see that in the podcast with Darko Markovic. It's happening tomorrow normally. The goal is to send at least 3 emails a week or a day, just a day. 3 emails a day, that's fine. And it's going to be better. Even 10 a week, like just 1 a day. If you're working, if your work is good, and I know your work is good, buddy, I know who you are, you're going to find extra options and you're going to build that safety net that we are constantly talking about in the Art Nest. You need to constantly be applying. And I know it sounds tedious, but it's like pick your poison. Do you want to chillax and just rely on the job you have and have that little voice in your head telling you, hey, buddy, if you lose that job, you are in a dire situation? Or do you want to keep applying and do a bit of maintenance, like 20 minutes a day, and sleep at peace at night? I would pick the second option personally. Second thing. I'm going to check with the comment. We're going to have a lot of things to talk about, so I'm going to shotgun through the question. You have NDAs, yeah. I know that sometimes you have things preventing you from applying to other studios, especially when you are in a studio, but when you are a freelancer, if there's a contract preventing you from applying to other studio, it defeats the purpose of the free in freelancer. And they cannot do that because if the contract is lost, you're fucked. So this is mostly for freelance. And if you are a salary person, okay, you don't have the right to apply directly, but nothing prevents you from getting in touch with studios or them getting in touch with you. That's it. If you have questions, keep it for the end. It's going to be a long session, I think. 2, I fear that there are enough concept artists that are skilled and they will pick up all the job with their killer CV, especially because of the dire industry situation. The company wants to take risk with younger artists. What skilled artists? Where are they? Where are they? That's just my question. If there was that many skilled artists, everyone would be drowning in jobs. And you're going to see it's going to be a recurrent thing that I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to talk exclusively about that next week. To everyone thinking the industry is saturated by what? Artists who cannot get jobs? Artists who don't even understand what is required in the most basic form of their portfolio to have a chance at getting a review? That's the competition? Regarding the CV, nobody cares about the CV. Everyone cares only about the portfolio. They're going to always open the portfolio. And then if your portfolio is good, potentially speedrun through your CV. But we are in a weird industry. I know that right now the market is shrinking. And it feels like there's no job available, but that's not true. It's just that most of the jobs, they are filled before going public. And let me explain that very fast because it's going to answer a lot of questions. To everyone thinking that there is no job available, it's not true. It's just that studios, a lot of them got hit in the stomach very hard in the last years. A lot of them deserve that, to be honest, given how many mistakes they made. That's for another discussion. They lost a lot of money. They lost a lot of workforce. They lost the trust of the public, which is their most precious currency. Is the coin of the realm in the video game industry. They are in panic mode. So when they want to hire someone now, especially after having overhired for 2 years during the COVID times and being heavily burned by that, they need to trust the person. How do you hire someone that you can trust? It's by getting that person recommended to you. So when they have a need, They're going to say in the studio, hey guys, do you know someone who can do X or Y? If so, get us in touch. And if you are being recommended this way, the trust that the studio is having with the person recommending you is transferred to you. So you are skipping a lot of steps. And that's how like 80 to 90% of the jobs are filled basically off market. You need to understand that job applications, job offers, it's a last resort from studios. It's only when nobody in the company was able to find someone, when all their scouting attempt failed, it's a last resort. I know we have the debate about ghost job. Again, that's for another discussion. But you want to get hired, you need to get recommended. And if you cannot get recommended, you need your portfolio to remove their fears, which is, oh shit, another one. Another keyframe artist who don't know shit. Another one who is only doing Gumroad tutorials and following blindly. Another wannabe insert big name artist who doesn't understand what we want. Another person who is doing only fan art. Another one overall. Insert whatever deal breaker that we talked about a zillion times already. You need to be a fit, exactly like Trojan Horse is saying. Nobody cares that your artwork are beautiful. Nobody gives a crap. It's not the goal of concept art. You don't trust me? Watch Fangzu. I know his videos are 10 years old, but watch him, he's right. Nobody cares that your pictures are beautiful. They need to solve a painful problem to studio, which is, how do we make sure that the 3D artist can model the thing without having to guess? In addition to that, how do we make sure that we solve the problem like gameplay, making something cool and appealing, having a good story, good design? Nobody cares about the rendering. That's not your job. You care about only rendering. You need to be a marketing artist or a splash artist. Next week's live is going to be insane. It's going to be nuts. I'm going to explain how we got there. Why I think we are in the dark age of concept art. And by dark age, I don't mean that it's all gone. I mean that like the actual medieval dark age where we were burning the books and burning history and removing knowledge. Nobody knew what to do, and people almost forgot how to read. We're in the stupid age right now. That's what I mean. As a younger artist, you want a company to take the risk with you. You need to mitigate the risk. What is the risk? The risk is that you don't understand what they want. You don't understand the pipeline process. You're a wannabe insert big concept artist. You are one of those deal breakers we talked about. You have no creative voice. And basically, you have not done your research. You're just one of the 99% of artists that we see on ArtStation right now, where they're whining on LinkedIn. How to mitigate the risk? Understand exactly what the studio needs in terms of style, art direction, process. Understand what is required to help the 3D team and the production team do their job faster and easier so you can save them money. Have a bit of a creative voice. Don't be a clone. Apply aggressively. Don't be a dog during interviews. Just the first one, understanding what studio wants, you can eradicate 95% of artists already. So those 95% of artists, are they really your competition? Just like in question one, I don't think so. To be very Machiavellian, I think those 95%, it's going to be cruel, and I'm sorry to say that, but in some way this is true from a recruiter standpoint. Because they don't understand what is required, they will never access jobs or interviews unless they change. But because they are so common and artists who get it are so rare, when you just do what is required, not even in an excellent way, but you just do what is required, you act like a breath of fresh air for the recruiter, and those people that were quote-unquote your competition, they help you stand out. You're becoming a positive contrast. Three. Worrying that I've been left behind despite all my experience and that I will never find work again. Missing being in a studio with a team is really painful. I know who you are. You worked in very big studios, some of the most prestigious ones, and we already talked about that. You are a former mentee of mine. I already told you that the portfolio you are making right now is a bonus, but your main priority should be to apply. Stand, tell, cold emails a day. I can guarantee that with your actual portfolio, I hope you are watching that video right now. And people in the chat, go check the third comment on the Discord in the fear dumping stuff. You will know who it is. The former mentees, you know who that person is. If that person is not watching the stream right now, tell them to watch the stream. Please. Please listen to me. It will be way more beneficial to you to send 10 applications a day than working on the portfolio we are supposed to work on together right now. And I'm not saying that lightly. Your portfolio is all you need. The current one that you have. The only reason you don't find a job is because you are not applying enough. I remember we talked to a few and you told me something like you apply 3 times in 2 months. You need to apply 10 times a day. Maybe not application, but cold email, sending messages to pro, to recruiter, getting back to them. I know you told me that some of your former colleagues who got laid off with you before you joined the mentorship got hired with a new portfolio. So that specific company, sure, when you have that new chapter, reapply to them. But even right now, I will try reapplying. It costs nothing. Send them an update with you on your work. But if it's not that big studio you were part of, I know it was your dream job. I know it's the dream job of a lot of people. There are so many others doing similar stuff. Even outsourcing studio. Apply to Dardo. Apply to Envar. Apply to West Studio. Apply to Airborne. Apply to Atomhawk. Apply to Mood. Things like this. I can guarantee you send 10 cold email a day, either to artists or studios. You don't wait for their permission. You don't wait for job offer. I can guarantee that by the end of July, you get at least one offer. It's paying you very well. Take those down. You're asking, are there resources? Look at all the lives that we did on the YouTube channel. Look at the free course. And if you are interested, next week I'm releasing again the preparatory module for the summer. But look at the live, especially that video called How to Crop the Portfolio That Gets You Jobs. It's pinned at the top of my YouTube channel. Go watch this. It's going to explain to you most of the thing, and go watch the lives. And yeah, the portfolio, that person is absolute fire. That person, I want that person to become a mentor at the Art Nest. That person is a bit expensive right now, unfortunately. But 2026, we are talking about that. Apply aggressively. That's all you need. A lot of artists, including a lot of mentees, the only bottleneck is that you don't apply aggressively enough. I know it's hard. I know it sucks to be rejected. Nobody likes this. But this is what separates you. Again, you have to do what 99% of artists are not doing. In terms of portfolio, you are already doing that, folks. Now, in terms of work ethic and application ethics, you also need to do that. What are 99% of artists doing? Either nothing, hoping that someone will magically discover who they are and fall in love with them and solicitate them. It happens once you have already worked and once you are active. But if you have zero experience, don't expect that. Or 2, just waiting for a job offer and everyone fights for that. 5. If I refuse to use AI or at least know the tools, I'm afraid in a couple of years this principle will bite me in the butt because companies will now see it as a valuable skill set that saves them money. When normal concepts are drawn by hand, digital photo bash will be seen as valuable and necessary skill set enough to earn your living. This is not talking about AI replacing the artist, but the artist forced to become integrated with AI. So let me give you one, maybe in 2 sentences, you can use that argument. If any crappy producer who never put their hands outside of a Google sheet tells you, why don't you use AI, blah, blah, blah. Here is how you can nuke it. For brainstorming, whatever. For a final product, that's the problem. You're going to tell them, it might save time on the concept art side, but ask any 3D artist how they feel when they have to turn an AI-generated stuff into 3D and all the problems they have to figure out on how to solve them. You're going to quickly realize that the time you quote-unquote save on the concept art side, you lose it tenfold on the 3D side. Given how expensive the 3D side is, you probably don't want to do that and you want me to draw it by hand. End of the discussion. Next thing regarding AI. I think it's been like 2 years that at least Midjourney capped out. It's becoming inbred. I think the quality dropped. I think the best quality we had, despite the weird hands, was with Midjourney V3. And then now it's meh. And the next thing is supply and demand. If any dum-dum with $20 and a subscription can do it, there's no value in it. Similarly, if any dum-dum can just put some kit-bashed asset and press render with an HDRI, there's no value in that. The job has never been in high supply. And it has always been a job of scarcity. So I'm not very worried about that. Now, I don't have foresight. And I think that the day it's able to do that, we will have way bigger problems. And I truly believe that AI is clearly not ready for that. Like everyone telling you, hey, yeah, we will reach AGI in 2 years. No, fuck that. Fuck that. You ask any big business owners, ask Antonio from Outward. He's been talking about that. He's been dealing with a lot of people trying to implement AI in Outward, not to generate art, but to help him on the business side. And he said explicitly, most of the AI stuff are not ready. This is bullshit. This is just marketing. Don't trust the hype, guys. I'm pretty sure everyone is seeing that ad now on YouTube of that gorilla. Like, hey, I found a can and I'm wasted, generated by AI. What's the use case of that shit? Every time there has been some ads or some trailer done by AI, people reacted badly to that because they can sense it's uncanny. So to me, if AI was to be quote-unquote perfected, and to me, the only moment AI would be potentially implementable as an artist, and I know I will get farmed in the comment by some AI bros like I'm always doing every time I mention AI, AI bros that have nothing to do with art. Or like, yeah, you don't understand that thing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you don't understand the industry either. Okay. Go hype your shit on LinkedIn. Go make zero money. Go pretend you make 6 billion a month by being an affiliate for AI, but not building anything with it. We know you guys. We know you. So to me, AI will be perfected and usable in an ethical way when you can basically plug some patches on your head, you think, and it really appears like you think. And it's not about sampling pictures anymore, because right now it's sampling pictures because it tries its best to understand what you want. I'm not trying to defend that, by the way. I'm just explaining how it works. But let's say you plug some patches, you imagine something, it appears exactly like that, and you can have an internal discussion to validate something, set it in stone, and then move forward. Now we can talk. And now I would like to say, may the best creative mind win. And I don't think it's going to be the eyebrow. I think it's going to be artists who develop a culture about art. So if that ever happens one day, which I don't think it will anytime soon, in that case, the skills that are going to save you are the same that are going to save you today, which is sensitivity, humanity, empathy, understanding storytelling, understanding gameplay, putting yourself in the shoes of someone else, etc. Yeah, Microsoft wants to put the tech for their investors, same as crypto gaming, same as NFT. There's always a buzzword. It's a bubble. There will be a bubble next time. There was the metaverse bubble. There was the crypto gaming shit. There was the NFT bubble. It's a bubble. We don't know what will be the next bubble, you know? Right now, everyone is talking about AI agent, and you have to connect 17 Notion table just to send an email and put a tag on it. Like, do it by hand, bro. Don't trust the hype. That's something that one of my first mentor ever told me when we were talking about crypto. It's like, when everyone talks about that, when it's becoming mainstream, you need to sell. You just need to sell and let it go. Next. Okay, mass layoff, toxic company culture, extreme deadline, people getting hired either thanks to connection or having 7-10 years of experience, plus company being highly selective about only to art style. You do photorealistic stuff like you say for Assassin's Creed, a cartoon like say Fortnite, nothing is between, plus trend chasing and other professional not willing to help much, just besides the typical, just draw a lot and you'll make it. I hope it won't sound rude, but This is the embodiment of social media. And if you are affected by that, you should probably just quit reading social media. Don't expose yourself to content that makes you mad. Because we could debunk each and every single of them. Mass layoffs in only studios who fucked up, which are the big studios. There's no layoff in Expedition 33 Studio. There's no layoff at From Software. There's no layoff at Lion. There's no layoff at Kojima Production. It's only the big dinosaurs. And we're going to talk about that a bit later because there are other questions about that. But the layoffs, it's a paradigm shift. The old AAA studio of yesteryear, they are the one becoming too big and too lazy for their own good. And they are the one paying the price of their arrogance. But in the last 3 years, we have been blessed with probably the best 3 years for gaming as a player. Not as a worker in the industry, but as a player. So how do we explain that we have record layoff, but at least we are blessed with the best production we ever got? Maybe it's a change of model. And the old reference of yesteryear are becoming irrelevant and have to pass the sticks to the new generation of successful future AAA studio. Toxic company culture. Just because something bad happened in one studio doesn't mean it happens in every studio. And again, this is why I hate gaming journalism so much. Like IGN, Kotaku, Eurogamer, all that shit. It's because they just farm drama and blow everything out of proportion. Just to make clicks, you know. They have been doing more damage to studios and to the industry than anything else. Extreme deadlines. Depends on the studio. And that's also your goal to become efficient. People getting hired thanks to connection. You know what? Always has been. I know it looked easier in 2016. It was probably, but you needed connections already. If it was not 90% of the job, it was 80% of the jobs. Most of my job in 8 years of career, I got them thanks to connection and recommendation. I sent CVs at the beginning of my career, Ubisoft, basically, and once I got it, I barely had to send any CV anymore because networking was far easier. Having 7 to 10 years of experience. As I've been already saying in a few videos, you can compensate for lack of experience by showing design maturity. That's exactly what I was talking before. Understanding what the studio needs, understanding what production needs, creative voice, and not being a clone. This already puts you in the top 5% of artists. The only difference between a junior and a mid-level is that as a junior, you don't know production yet, and they assume that it's going to be a pain in the butt to train you. If you show that you already understand production, your technique is kind of decent, you can skip junior level, and that's what I advise to every mentees. Highly selective about only 2 art style. You know what? Realistic, that's something we have seen in the mentorship, is that pretty much every single photorealistic studio art style is interchangeable. That's a lot of studio you can target. In stylized stuff, I know that stylized is a slightly smaller market. There is Fortnite, you have League of Legends, you have basically Blizzard, that's the 3 main styles. Then they have some variants, and then you have indie. That's something I advise always to the mentees, is that things in between, like quote-unquote semi-realistic, besides Arcane and Dishonored, I don't know that many stuff that are falling in behind. So for anyone doing semi-realistic, you need to be careful. You need to sincerely ask yourself, what are the studios that would want that? It's very hard because when you do extreme photorealism, you can optimize a lot of stuff. You can kit bash things, you can photo bash things. Look at Expedition 33, they kit bashed a lot of stuff, and you can sense when you arrive in certain area that they made that area in like 2 days, but it looks great. So you can cheat with photorealism. With stylized stuff, you can also cheat. You can suspend disbelief. Not everything has to be functional. You can simplify things. When you are in between, you cannot cheat one way or the other, and everything has to make sense. So you're playing in very hard mode right there. Trend chasing never worked, never will. Why doing that? I'm sorry, I'm going to get farmed in the comment. And I'm not saying that to be mean or whatever. I'm just trying to remain as factual and directly helpful as possible. If you chase trends, regardless of what you do, you're already too late. You are chasing the NFT trend, too late. Okay, so I know I wanted to make a project. I did everything you should not do. I didn't know shit about NFT. I spent 2,000 hours building those crappy rocks. Never sold any. Because it took me so much time that by the end, nobody cared about those stupid things, you know? Lesson learned. There's an airdrop about God of War or whatever trendy product right now. I don't know what it is. You do the same, it's too late already. Or else it's going to take 5 years before having another project like that. And a profession not willing to help much is because a lot of them are not even able to help themselves. It's very rare that you find a pro who got a job and who took the time to think about why they got a job and what works so they can replicate that. So a lot of professionals, they are not able to explain how they got a job, so they are not able to replicate reliably how they got a job. And that's the tragedy of the industry. They just draw a lot and you'll make it. It has to do with a lot of toxic positivity. We're going to talk about it tomorrow in the podcast with Darko Markovic. That's a big problem in the industry. Normally, you are in the artness, you know the harsh, blunt, not very diplomatical way that I'm using, unfortunately, but actionable solution. It's not draw a lot. It's really treat it like a business. What are the problems of studio? How can I serve them? How can I solve those problems? You know, how can I get seen by them? But for anyone being affected by this, honestly, block social media. Install a blocker. There's a blocker called Social Fixer. It's going to remove the walls of every social media. I use it for LinkedIn. I use it for Facebook. Don't want to see the bullshit on that. If something is not in your control, it's none of your problem. Next. Feeling like the studio I want to work at already have someone that does exactly what I do, but it does better, so they literally don't need me. They would need some more people. This, you never know it. You can only know by applying. And I know it sounds weird. It has always been the case. The industry is craving good talents. Even right now. We don't have enough good talents in the industry to fulfill all the need of the industry. Someone might argue, so why is there no jobs? It's because I said good talents, not just talents, good talents. People who get it. There's a lot of people who draw admirably well, but don't understand shit about the industry. And that's the problem. About how the job works. It's from a mentee. So my solution from you, I already sent you a DM about that, but I just want to repeat it. Now you can focus on the second chapter of your portfolio. First chapter is great. It's fantastic. We need a second one to be a bit more exhaustive. The rest of your portfolio, we have a lot of things that are super salvageable, so it's good. Once you're done with the second chapter, start applying. And actually, you should already start applying a bit. Do not replace working on your portfolio with just applying. I've been writing about that, and I'm still shocked to see some people who are like, hey, I made a quarter of a chapter, and now I'm applying all the time, and I'm not working on the portfolio. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, guess what? It's not enough. So, start applying a bit. 3 messages a day. It's going to take you 20 minutes. That's fine. You never know. Get yourself seen. Right now, they're going to be like, do you have more? Yeah, sure. Let me send you an update in 3 weeks. Boom. New chapter. Get that. Your work is phenomenal, dude. I've been sharing it a lot. Your skill set is good enough. You know how to draw. You know the studio pipeline. It's just that right now, if you are not receiving answers, it's because you need to add more in your portfolio. Just one chapter is not enough. A junior can apply even without a full portfolio. I mean, cost nothing besides a bit of time, but keep your expectations low. It's like, can I be a chef if I only know how to cook the dessert? It could be a dessert committee. That's the difference with cooking. But being a full chef, you need to show a big enough skill set. I'm sorry, I really don't want to demoralize you guys. I hope it doesn't sound harsh. Just try to remain factual and shield myself from the negativity. I'm saying all of that out of pure benevolence, folks. I want to help, but sugarcoating things and taking gloves and being this kind of yes man positivity thing, it's not helping. It's good for the morale. Being a bully is bad, of course. I don't want to be a bully, but it's going to help you more, even though it might sting a bit. Next, worry that less and less studios are experimenting and pushing the gaming forward in a way that requires creative concept artists, which means less creative work opportunities in the future. I'm happy that someone mentioned that, because look at all the games that flopped. We have a lot of common points, but one of them is that they are not creative. All the games that have been flopping, it's like, oh shit, another one. Do I need to mention them? Forspoken, oh shit, another one. Generic ass fantasy isekai bullshit. Concord, another soulless, tasteless hero shooter coming 6 years too late. Especially coming at the same time at Marvel Rivals. Skull and Bones, who cares? It's like a bootleg Black Flag without the fun. Do I need to continue about all the flops? We are in a paradigm shift, folks. Yeah, the design of the environment and the hard surface of Concord was amazing, but the characters were uncharismatic as fuck. I'm not talking about beauty standard, just zero charisma. Like, who wants to play a walking trash bin? Who wants to play a lady that looks like the person driving the trash compactor truck? Is it your fantasy? Is it that what you want to be? I want to be a trash collector. That's not really my fantasy. My fantasy is wearing the clothes of Expedition 33 and having a badass sword that is emitting light. That's my fantasy, personally. So we are in a paradigm shift. As I was saying, all the big studios, like Ubisoft, Blizzard, some branches of Sony, EA, Activision, Microsoft, a lot of them became way too big and way too lazy. They took people for granted. They took a lot of the things they were doing in the past that was working during COVID for granted. They were like, yes, do the same without and let's become lazy. Guess what? People get bored and they vote with their wallet. That's the paradigm shift. It's just that those old studios, those dinosaurs of studios, they are outdated now. They are just relying on the same old recipe that doesn't work anymore. And again, the players get bored and burnt. And now you can see from the trailer that people react very violently because they see the pattern. They have seen a zillion times a similar trailer, and a zillion times it's been the same bullshit of a game. You want the next example? You want some example? Pick the next Naughty Dog game. People reacted so bad to it because they see some patterns that are enunciating a disaster. Maybe they will be wrong, but in 90+% of the previous cases, they were right. So I'm not saying this game will flop. I'm just saying there's a 90% empirical prediction rate that this game will flop according to what the public said, because the public already decided that this game will flop. Overwatch 2. That's for a different reason. That's because they lied. Marathon. Nobody gives a shit about Marathon. Look at the numbers. And at the same time, we have been blessed with so many great games in the last 3 years. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate, Expedition 33, Wukong, the next Kojima game, Schedule 1, Palworld, Helldivers, Space Marine 2. I'm probably forgetting a zillion other games. Monster Hunter World, despite the terrible optimization. We have so many great games. They are done by studios who care, who are becoming the next AAA. So new studios are on the rise, and right now we are in this kind of paradigm shift. Old ones are crumbling, new ones, they are on the rise. But they are not as gigantic as AAA studio, and I don't think they will be ever as gigantic as those AAA studio. But guess what? That's my prediction. In the next 3 to 5 years, there will be more Expedition 33 type of studios. Because you see that people react very positively to this kind of stuff. People crave that. People don't want shit games. And movies, I'm not even talking about that. I don't even recall the last time I went to see a movie. Like the last great movie that I saw to the theaters, I don't even remember. I think it was Bohemian Rhapsody. Did I watch anything else? Count of Monte Cristo. Okay, Count of Monte Cristo. Very good. But then before it was Bohemian Rhapsody. Art style versus character design of Marathon. I mean, the art style of the splash art looks like it's been designed by the Love, Death, and Robots team, which is the case. But it translates very badly in the game. My problem with Marathon is that it's like concept art the game. They did what concept artists like to do, but not what the player like to do. The Denis Villeneuve type of minimalism, it works with Denis Villeneuve because it's niche. I start to not like it anymore. I love Denis Villeneuve, but I start to get a bit fed up by that minimalistic aesthetic, especially the lack of colors. But that's just a personal taste. I love Denis Villeneuve movies, like Arrival is insane, Blade Runner 2049, breathtaking movie, Sicario, amazing. All these films are incredible. But concept artists mimicking that, I'm fed up with that. It's like, okay, you have nothing, haze, one guy walking in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I'm a concept artist. It's boring. It works because it's Denis Villeneuve, but now that everyone is copying that, it's worthless. Equivalent of Stickman, exactly, Christina. What's the point? Do some complex stuff. There's only one journey, there's only one arrival. People mimicking that, I'm not saying you should not try, but at least analyze how they do that. We need to talk about the art book of Journey at some point. It's a Bible of design, in my opinion. Arrival is incredible. I love it. We went to see it on the first day. It was the same day a Star Wars episode released. We arrived in the room. We thought we were in the wrong room because the room was packed. And I was like, you know what? I prefer watching that movie than watching Star Wars. Yeah, Arrival is an insane movie. But again, it's like monkey see, monkey do. Something got trendy, something got hot, everyone copies that, it's becoming a mess. And that's the problem. So many people are copying stuff. Like there's so many games that are clones of Wukong right now. There's Wuchang coming in like few days. There's a zillion games in Asia that year. I know it's trendy, I know that people are with, but I can guarantee that by 2026, nobody would want another Asian-inspired stuff. People are fed up with that. It was the same with post-apocalyptic a few years ago. So less and less studios. Which ones are we talking about? The old dinosaurs that are crumbling, or the ones that are pushing the industry forward? I will bet on the one pushing the industry forward. Very strong imposter syndrome. I always doubt if my ideas are good, if I'm staying too far away without even noticing, and I begin to question if I can bring anything to the table. Also not a constant thought, but it's still something I always worry about, is toxic workplace harassment. It's always in the back of my mind as a woman. I also sometimes doubt if I'm being paranoid. So it's from a mentee. I'm going to answer the first part first, and the second one, I'm going to take a lot of pinch of salt. I'm not a woman. I don't know what the expense of being a woman in a workplace is. I can imagine, I can speculate. I'm not a woman, so I don't want to try to explain the feeling. I want to provide you with solutions. And this I can. So very strong imposter syndrome. You have two options, and you're going to see a lot of people with imposter syndrome and all of that. I feel like the last 4 months I've always been talking about imposter syndrome every single day in the mentorship. It's the bane of existence of every artist. I think every artist has imposter syndrome. We are all the people who got bullied as kids. We are the weirdos. We are the outliers. We were the freaks. That's why we become artists. That's fine. Okay. You have two options with imposter syndrome. 3, actually. One, you have a mentor, and this is not an ad. I don't care if it's me, someone else. You have a mentor or someone that you trust that holds you accountable and forces you to push through that, and you trust the judgment of the mentor. When they tell you it's good, you don't care about how you feel, you trust them. You need to do the same with studios. That's what I did when I got my first job at Ubisoft. Imposter syndrome was crippling. I was an art school dropout. They required 3 years of experience. I got hired with 0. I felt like a fraud. It was my first CV sent ever. And I was really like, is it luck? And I really had to constantly tell myself almost every day, I got an artist. I got 3 interviews. I got 1 phone call. I got 1 month of probationary period, and I'm still here. I need to trust the studio. If they felt I would be a bad fit, I would not be here. You really have to think like this. I know that every time you get rejected or ghosted, it kind of confirms in the subconscious mind this kind of imposter syndrome, like I'm not ready and such. I know it sucks. That's why when you apply, you need to see that like a game. We're going to talk about consistency and all of that with other question, but it's really like your sole objective is to send X amount of messages or applications today. It's not to get results, it's just to send that. Because if your goal is to get a job, which it is, don't get me wrong, but if you tell yourself at the end of every day, I didn't get a job, I'm a piece of shit, you're going to reinforce that and start believing that, and you're going to see everything that can confirm that as a way to confirm that, and it's going to drive you crazy. And I don't want that for you. If instead you are like, okay, my sole goal is to build that habit of sending 5 to 10 applications a day, ignoring the answer. There's no answer. I don't care. I've done my job. If there is a positive answer, good. But for as long as I'm sending 5 to 10 messages a day, I've done my job and I can pat myself on the back. That's the mindset. Because you are feeding a positive reinforcement loop instead of telling yourself, oh, I'm not hired yet, I'm bad. And you are feeding a negative reinforcement loop every day. That's the second option. And it's like pushing through it, bulldozer mindset, as I'm saying. The first option that I also recommend is get the help of a specialist. People know I don't really like psychologists. I probably got bad experiences with psychologists in the past and didn't find the right one. But by a good specialist, I don't care what they do, hypnotherapy, psychology, sophrology, meditation, Chinese voodoo stuff, I don't care. Get someone who is fixing shit and not just telling you how to cope with that every day. Not putting a band-aid. I cannot fathom people who are just there taking $150 an hour for you just to sit on the couch and talk about your feelings. You can do that with ChatGPT. You need someone who helps you solve that problem in an actionable way. With mental stuff, it's always tricky. There are different ways to achieve the same result. But find someone who is holding you accountable, not an Oprah Winfrey type of bullshit person, but someone who is solution-based. And not for surface-level coping, for addressing the deep-rooted issue, nuking it, and rewriting the little story you tell yourself in your head. This is the single most beneficial thing you could do, and this will probably leave the biggest roadblock you could have as an artist. If you trust me, I can recommend someone to you who speaks English. Send me a DM if you are interested with that. I can recommend you that person. I can confirm after 3 sessions with the person that this person is not aggressive in their approach. My previous, let's say, spiritual guide was having an extremely violent approach. I needed that. I know it's not appropriate for everyone, especially artists. That person is extremely soft. The last session I did not say anything. And I addressed probably the deepest rooted trauma I have in my life. Without saying anything, it was feeling like listening to a story. In my head, what it happened, I was like, there's no way it works. And it worked. Exactly, Christina. I'm not a psychologist. I love to read about that. I did some training about hypnotherapy. Never got the time to do the certification because it was COVID time. But I love psychology. What I can say is that a lot of the way a trauma works is that something happens to you. You manage to somehow survive. And when I say survive, it's in the physical, physiological way. Like your heart is still beating. You're not bleeding. Or at least not anymore. You are alive. You might be broken psychologically. That's different, but you are alive. Your brain, that little stupid creature, has only one goal: to keep you alive at any cost. Your brain doesn't care. So brain equals consciousness. Your brain doesn't care if you are happy or not. And your brain has no notion of time. That's why I hate the brain. Because no notion of time, wanting to keep you alive at any cost, it means that when there is potential for danger, or you imagining danger, that is not there, it's just you anticipating or imagining it, your brain treats that as actual danger. It's going to try any kind of intellectual bullshit to prevent you from doing something that might put you in danger. And sometimes it perceives things that like dangerous that will actually help you massively. It's like letting go of something toxic. Letting go of something that was part of your quote-unquote identity. That's what happened with my hypnotherapy, for example. It was very violent because it has been my identity for 25 years. It has been my whole life for 25 years. And you have to kill that part of yourself live. And it's very hard because it's a jump in the unknown. The brain doesn't like something it doesn't control. And you don't know what's going to be next. You have to trust and you have to go through that. And that's why it's so violent. And the problem is that when a trauma happens, that thing that allowed you to remain alive becomes a little moral at the end of the story, just like at the end of fairy tale. Like when something happened, do that. And the brain, every time that situation or that feeling is triggered by a similar event, reminiscent of that, it's going to put you in the same mindset, the same set of emotions, and most likely the same set of behavior and beliefs that put you alive in the first place. That kept you alive in the first place. It sounds great on paper. The problem is that the solutions of yesterday tends to become the problems of today. Don't want to dive deeper on that. It will be for a full live, and I'm not an expert about that, so I prefer to remain within my field of expertise. But that's how a trauma, and sometimes there are things that we don't even consider as traumas when we are adult that were when we are kids and we don't even know about that. That's basically the brain tightens the screw so much that you are stuck. You have to untighten the screw sometimes. And that's where that's how you recognize a good specialist. A good specialist allows you to do that. If it's just allowing you to cope, to numb the pain, not worth your money, they're just going to make you for years. Second part, always worry about toxic workplace harassment. Back of your mind as a woman. So, I want to premise that by it's not an industry issue. It's a people-to-people issue. The more people there are in a studio or in any environment, the more likely you have to have someone with a skeleton in their garden. The industry is no different. What is slightly different in the art industry, especially when you're in a studio with other artists, talked about that before, we are weird as artists, we are some stress balls, is that a lot of other artists tend to be badly calibrated socially. A lot of parasocial relationship and things like that. Managers, on the other side, they tend to, at least established managers, they tend to be sharp emotionally. And the problem with harassment, I need to be extremely careful. I will never blame the victim, okay? That's a spoiler. Is that generally, harassment is something that gradually goes from 1 to more and more and more and more and more and reach whatever level progressively by the person constantly trying to push boundaries and seeing there's no pushback regardless the reason, and seeing that as a green light to continue. That's generally how harassment happens. It's something that rarely happens over time. It installs itself gradually. It's very similar to bullying. That's what happened to me when I was a kid. It didn't went from 0 to 100 overnight. It's something that installed over a month. So I know sometimes it's hard to push back, especially when it's coming from someone higher than you. I'm going to say something very potentially surprising regarding the way of solving that problem. But a lot of issues I have seen is that people facing harassment, crunch, whether they are men, women, whatever the reason, a common point that surprised me a lot, especially when it's happening in big studios like Blizzard and things like that, we got a few dramas in the few years, is a lot of people who fall victim to that said, I could not quit. And in my head, I was a bit surprised. I was like, well, you are at Blizzard, you are the biggest company in the world. You quit your job, you find another one easily. That's a bit too much of a rational and cold reaction to it. I think we need to understand the why someone is saying, I could not quit. There's the fear of stigma. That's normal. There's the fear of not finding a job, especially when you live in an expensive place such as California. It's going to look back on what I said to the very first person, the very first question we got, which is that you need to cultivate options. Options not only is the guarantee to have better jobs, it's also guaranteeing safety in case of a workplace not suiting you for whatever reason or becoming unhealthy. Because you will be able to recognize the pattern. And if you have options, you have the possibility to quit before it crosses the point of non-return. I hope it makes sense. I know a lot of people are like, you need to push back. The problem is that, especially when it's harassment tends to come from above. And when you are not in a position to push back without risking your career, that's where you risk potentially a lot of damage to your career. If you quit, that's good. I know it's going to sound unfair. I know everyone will want the bully and the bad guy to be punished. Me too. I'm just giving you the safest way to protect your career and to protect yourself. Because, okay, you might get the person punished by suing them and such, and if something bad happens, consider doing it or getting the help in doing it. But especially legal procedures or online drama, you're going to damage yourself heavily by claiming justice. I can give you an example, a personal example. I got a very close family member who has been in a juridical trial attacking someone for a heavy load of money that has been stolen for 5 years. That person won very recently, got back the hefty chunk of money that has been stolen from her. That's fantastic. But it's not going to give her back the 5 years of stress, worries, pain, survival mode, anger, resentment that was constantly fueled by that case. And when she got the money, she was like, I'm happy I got the money, but I don't feel satisfied. Because I feel like I've been robbed of 5 years of happiness. I'm not telling you should let it go. It's a case-by-case situation. But be careful when someone is selling you the revenge thing. It's, be careful. Be careful about that. So having option is essential. And putting yourself in safety first before something bad happens is probably wisest than wanting to play the hero. I know that today's culture is filled with telling us, you need to be a hero, you're a boss, okay, you can do it. If you ever got into a case, you're not a hero and you feel like shit. You really feel like shit, even when you win. Ask everyone who got some relative murdered and the murderer got sentenced to jail forever. They're going to be like, I'm happy justice had been served. That's normal. We need balance. But it's not going to make them happy. They are not going to smile when it happens. They're just going to feel a bit of relief. So be careful with that. And the voice of reason would be to tell you to put yourself in safety first and to have options, rather than wanting to play the hero like every modern trope is telling people to do. I think people rely a bit too much on the collective, hoping the collective will solve their problem. And I'm pretty sure everyone saw someone getting attacked in the street and nobody bats an eye. That's what's happening online also. Careful with that. When it comes to getting dirty, people are running away generally. So do not trust the collective, trust yourself and trust your option. That's in your control. I'm going to get farmed on LinkedIn. Some people are going to be so angry at what I said. Like, how dare you? Hey, I'm not telling that people doing bad stuff should not be punished, okay? I'm just talking about safety first. It's like when you save someone from drowning, you have to be safe yourself first before doing anything. So be very careful with that. That's what I'm saying. The last thing is about assertiveness and saying things during the instant. And I know it's hard, but you know, I was saying like harassment and bad behavior, it's something that installs itself progressively by pushing boundaries. When someone crosses your boundaries, you need to say it instantly. You need to say, hey, don't ever do that again. I'm not mad, but you better not do that ever again. I don't like that. And even with friends and people around, like it's better to say it at the instant. Maybe even the person just didn't know. Maybe it was not even malicious intent. Maybe just the person didn't know. And it's like, oh, okay, my bad. Okay. But at least you establish your boundaries right there. I know it's hard in the workplace, but I know it sounds like a shitty advice, and it sounds like Loki blaming the victim, like they did not assert themselves. That's not what I'm saying. Just an extra tip for free. Thank you, Captain Obvious, but that's it. Next, we will never be able to do the 60 messages today, folks. There's no way. It's been an hour already. We are at 10. Okay. So, if you're spending a month developing portfolio, specifically keeping in mind a select few companies you would like to apply for, and realizing you either totally missed the mark with the content you made for your portfolio, or you actually didn't understand how to properly prepare your portfolio when applying to said studio, based on their IP style genre. It can be hard to determine an average quality and style between several studios when trying to create a portfolio, and so much effort being put in it. I don't want to make a drastic mistake before starting development. You summarize exactly why the content of the mentorship will never be available without prior filtering. There is so much time spent on a portfolio. I want to be there to supervise things. I want the other mentors to supervise things so we can make sure people are not driving towards a wall. Fortunately, you are in the art nest. You already have a lot of videos that are telling you to do that, so feel free to watch them. Ask the community. And in any case, for as long as you constantly ask yourself, okay, is it remaining relevant? Is it on par with the benchmark I have set? Is it coherent with the initial plan? You should be good. It's very important to do your research. That's why we are doing 2 weeks of research with the mentees. I know everyone is so eager to draw. Everyone is like, I want to draw. It's like Gollum craving the ring. But you have to do those 2 weeks to get the clarity necessary to know where you are going. And it's the modern tragedy for concept art. Nobody is even doing that research. It's like monkey see, monkey do. They see an artwork, oh, I need to do the same. No. No. That's why I'm saying we are in the dark and dumb ages of concept art. It's so bad. Give me a sec. Sorry. We are in the dark age because nobody knows what is expected in the job. Next. I'm really scared that I won't be able to find a job in concept art illustration and animation in general because there are so little job for this in my country. We barely have any animation studio for games. There are a few studios for crappy mobile games as Steam puts in his introduction video. And even they outsource all of their artists in Ukraine and Poland. So I'm assuming you are from Eastern Europe. So concept art or illustration or animation, that's too broad. You have to specialize into one thing. It's going to be better to be a slight specialist rather than being a jack of all trades and spreading yourself too thin. Second, check the podcast I've done with Leo Arrow. We are talking about that. And it's the answer that Leo said. It's not a happy answer. I know not everyone is born with the same privilege of being in a good country or not. That's the lottery of life, unfortunately. I'm speaking for someone who's born in France, which is arguably, even though we like to complain about it a lot, we are very decently treated compared to other countries. So I hope what I'm saying is not sounding hypocritical. Again, the goal is just to give you the most actionable thing you can do. Exactly, Romik. Got to deal with the cards you are dealt with, unfortunately. I want to present you the actionable way, and I want to present you the benefits of that are unique to your situation if you manage to do it. It's like harder difficulty, but higher rewards. Let me explain that. So you will have to be extremely aggressive when it comes to communication. You have to target students extremely well. You have to know exactly what they need. And you have to show that you are delivering exactly what they want. That's extremely important. And you have to be extremely aggressive on social media. Not being angry, but go grab people with the teeth. Cold email, a lot of people. Cold email should be seen constantly. I'm not telling you to become an influencer and to play the algorithm. You want to play the algorithm of every social media, post regularly. It's as simple as that. Post regularly. That's all you need to do. And avoid spamming the same stuff. I'm seeing a lot of shit on LinkedIn, like day 567 of showing my music so the algorithm catch up. No, you just look like a spam bot. But post regularly. That's why I managed to make 500,000 impressions a week in LinkedIn. That's why I'm at like 20,000 now. It's because I'm not posting anything now. And I was extremely religiously posting 10 posts a week for months. And the algorithm caught up on that. And there's the quality of the content, but just posting regularly is going to put the algorithm in your favor. But be seen. You have to be seen. You cannot expect people to discover you, and you have to talk to them so they can trust you. They will never trust an email. They will never trust just a bunch of pictures. They need to trust the person behind that work. It's very important. Can you do that with studies? Anything. Be active. I'm not the biggest fan of studies, but daily projects, updates, things like that, yes. You are in a Western country and you are a mentee, please do an art drop. Like we regularly do, wait for a full chapter to be done. But if you do stuff on the side, I advise any mentee to have at least 30 minutes a day to just do the pleasure part, share the pleasure part. When it's ready, do not share a scribble and a doodle, share something valuable. Share some process, share some breakdown, be transparent about how you work, what you think, so people know exactly what to expect with you. That's how you are useful with social media. And I would prefer you showing breakdowns, why you did things a certain way, making of all your stuff, show reels, things like this, rather than, oh, this is a daily study. Transparency. When I say transparency, it's not disclose also the bad side, but be genuine. I would prefer genuine. Like the way I am right there, I know I'm wearing a slight mask because I'm posturing myself like someone who is delivering knowledge. But a lot of the personality I have right now, besides the seemingly insensitive look that I have right now, this is probably the main difference. It's my personality in real life. People and mentees will talk to me outside of the mentorship. They know I'm very similar. And the way I'm showing you the stuff right there that we are doing, it's also the way we are doing in the mentorship. I'm all for extreme transparency. I think it's way easier to live a life where you are honest and where you try your best to be 100% honest. Nobody is, but everyone tries their best. It's better to be 100% honest. I'm not saying to disclose everything in real time. There's a timing for that. But it's way easier to deal with things with that. It's going to be way smoother than constantly lying or not showing anything, expecting people to figure it out. I prefer the transparency. And when you mess up while being transparent, you just say, oh, I didn't know. Because you've been transparent in the past, people will trust you on that. If you take the right actions, of course. Let's talk about the flip side of the coin. I know it sounds a bit daunting, and I wish there was a better answer, but we have to deal with the cards you are dealing with. You're given. The flip side of the coin is that if you access even a small, not that so well paying job in the West, from the West, and you still live in the East, let's say you get to $200 a day job from France or UK, which is pretty low in those countries. Let's say you live in Poland, something like this, or Georgia, Serbia, Croatia. I love those countries, but they are not very rich. The average income is low. Let's say you get $2,000 a month in Croatia. You get a better salary than a doctor, probably. You can live very well. There's a former mentee that is in Mexico. I'm going to recognize yourself, buddy, I think. First job was like 2,500 euros a month, something like that. It's 3 times the salary of a doctor in Mexico. Not bad for a 21 years old kid. It's still low, don't get me wrong. But contextualized in the country of the person, that's a lot of money. That's the flip side of the coin. Before the war between Russia and Ukraine, I knew a few artists who are living in Ukraine, making probably 5K a month, something like that. So it's good, don't get me wrong, but it's not very hard compared to what certain artists are making. But 5K a month in Ukraine, you could live probably the equivalent of a multi-millionaire in France. Next, I'm worrying that the industry will never recover and that I will never be able to find a stable concept art job that will support me, and that most or any concept artist job opening will go to people who know someone who have been in the industry for years despite all my efforts. I think we covered that already. So the industry is recovering. Look at all the good new studios that we have. So no, it's not that the industry is dying. It's just that the old model is dying and the old studios who refuse to adapt are dying with them. Because the new standards have been set. Finding a stable concept art job, we talked about it. Depends on your portfolio. Depends on the quality of your work and the quality of your application. I know it's tough. I know everyone would like to have a miracle solution. But the good news is that all of that is in your control and no layoff, AI, or corporate greed can take it away from you. So people who know someone, it's part of the expectations from artists to network. How can anyone work with you if they don't know you exist? That's the problem. It's like, yeah, I have the best in product in the world, but I'm not talking about it because I don't want it to be stolen. Say, yeah, so you will never say it. If you're proud of your product, you're going to talk about that a lot. Even if people are going to steal it. That's fine. That's a compliment. It means your work is valuable. And they will never make as much money as you, generally. So, getting a job depends on you. All of that is in your control, so no thing and nobody can take it away from you. That's a good thing. The goal to get a job is to increase the trust, either with the people willing to recommend you or with studios that might require a few years in the industry. You don't have them, but you show you get it, and you can compensate for that lack of experience by showing you understand and that you are acting in a way as if you were someone with already a few years of experience. Next, will I be considered good enough as an asset to a company if they can offer me a job and provide visa and relocation support? And I see in the chat there's a question regarding that. Relocation support, yes. It's part of the package. They have to do it. Visa sponsorship, it's harder, especially for concept art. You are most of the visa sponsorships, they're going to go for the 3D people and people that are in the pipeline. Concept art, you are in the pre-production, you are not directly in the pipeline. You don't have to use the plugins, you don't have to use the server, you don't have to use the internal tools and add-ons that they have been coding for 15 years. You are just making pictures. So you can work from a distance, so there's less reason to give you visa. What is good is that freelance is accessible easier, though. That's also for the person that are in Eastern Europe or in a low-income country. Freelance is easier for concept art than it is for 3D art. It's the other flip side of the coin. If you have some years of experience after, then getting a visa is getting easier. It's conflicting because of the return to office policy. Yeah. But at the same time, you look at the return to office policy and then you look at England secluding itself and only able to hire people from England, and they have only shitty schools. You cannot have it all. So, kind of weird. And a lot of studios, I will not mention the name, but I talked about them in the mentorship. A lot of studios, especially outsourcing studios, now they want freelancers. They don't want people in office because they can cut ties a bit easier and minimize the risk. But okay, it sucks. At least it looks like it sucks, but at the same time, it makes them more accessible worldwide. You cannot have it also. It's like pick your poison all the time. What about the job that asks to at least live in the country that they cite? In that case, yeah, you need a visa. And let's say you are in Europe, no experience, you apply to the US, unless your work is absolutely stellar, there's no way they can sponsor you. It's $500,000. How many years is it going to take for a junior to bring back $500,000 to the bank account? You have to deal with the cards you are dealt with. That's also part of the research that we talked about right there. You are in Europe, it's your first experience. Your work is okay, but not Mozart of concept art level. Do not apply to US companies that are requiring you to be on site. Because even if they like your work, they cannot get you in. They don't have the visa for that. Gain experience somewhere. Whatever is accessible, freelance in your countries, in your continent. You're in Europe, you have the whole EU thing available that you can travel to. Get experience, and with experience, visa become easier. Worried that there are more big budget failure from major studio and games that confidence in the gaming industry will diminish, which means less money will be invested into games, which in turn into less games and less jobs overall for the industry. We talked about that. And I think my guess for the future of the industry is that publicly traded companies will be increasingly rare. Because another common point that you have in all the studios that have been laying off people, or most of them, besides being from the US, most of them, and out of touch with the public, and lazy, and game as a service based, and from big dinosaurs of models, another common point is that they are publicly traded. And I will keep saying that to the grave. I was saying that already in 2017 and 2018 when I quit my first job. I told them I don't think publicly traded companies and creative vision and good games can coexist. They laughed. It was Ubisoft. Look at where they are now. I'm not even saying that to be like, yeah, I told you so. I don't care. But it was obvious that pandering to investors who don't know anything about games and who are in a short-term mentality is going to hinder the trust of the company long term. And most of the studios that have been extremely successful, they are private. From Software, Larian, Sandford Interactive, who belongs to Kepler, etc. I have a little guess about the final layoff of that cycle. I think the final nail in the coffin is going to be Bungie with Marathon. I think Marathon is dead on arrival. I think it's beyond salvation. And my prediction is that Bungie will maybe not disappear, but will be heavily restructured. Destiny 2's next expansion is not looking great, despite all the shields from the few Destiny influencers remaining. Marathon reception has been preposterous. It has been indefinitely postponed. Bungie, listen to me, guys. I love you. I'm a long-term Destiny player. I've been loving Destiny 2 with my heart and soul. I've been spending 3,000 hours on it. It's been my best gaming experience ever. No joke. Like the Vow of the Disciple race was my best and worst memories of all time at gaming, but I'm so happy I did it. Guys, the best things you can do is cancel Marathon and make Destiny free. And really ask yourself what people like in Destiny 2 at the good era of Forsaken. That's it. I know it's obvious. I know a lot of YouTubers talked about that already. That's just my take. Make another Forsaken with puzzles, seasonal stuff, tons of secrets, secret missions. Stop hand-holding people. Stop wanting to make it mainstream. But please, at the same time, do not gut the initial campaign. You want to save Destiny 2? Bring back all the content. Who cares if it takes 500 gigabytes on the hard drive? Let people install what they want. But bring back the campaign. Bring back Forsaken. Bring back all the difficulty and the friction we had to do to access Forsaken. And then you have a game. Because you get it Forsaken by making it more accessible. It's bad. Sorry for the tangent. But my guess is that if Bungie doesn't react, there will be the biggest sacrifice of that cycle. And Blizzard will be hit too. But not as big as Bungie. Okay, Megadub from a professional artist. I'm worried that there is simply not enough place for all people that are good enough and ready for the job. If you look at the credit for games, the concept art team for big AAA games can be like 4 people. Always has been. Again, it goes back to what we said at the beginning, saturated by what? People who will not get even an interview in the first place. The industry is not saturated. There's actually not enough concept artists. People keep vibing for an indie revolution, but indie games have someone between 0 and 1 artist on the team. Okay, let me nuke the indie revolution bullshit. For one indie success, you have thousands of Minecraft clones that fail. Just because one indie succeeds like Schedule 1 or Palworld doesn't mean that everyone needs to go indie. It's like when you see an artist, it's like the Billie Eilish effect. Billie Eilish came out of nowhere, viral, superstar. One case of that happens once or twice in a year max. It's an anomaly, it's not the norm. And by no means should people treat that like it would be the norm or desire it would be the norm. I don't want to only play Schedule 1's games or Palworld. I want big scopes games too. I want serious games too. Expedition 33 is not an indie. It's $6 million, you know. They have been extremely clever with the way they use money. But it's not an indie. And another personal one is fear of never being able to break out of the outsourced gigs. What you call a Slavic cheap workforce. Would you like in a job studio, but chances seems to be slim because ironically, studios do a lot of outsourcing. My question, and I know it's going to sound difficult, but I want you to be, you want results, you need to ask yourself that question. You need to pause for a moment. I understand the Slavic situation. We talked about that just before. You need to ask yourself, why are you attracting only outsourcing and quote unquote cheap outsourcing gigs? Why are you kind of repelling AAA studios with your work? And what could be changed? What can you do to attract those production studios? I don't know your portfolio, but I think the answer lies in it. The good news is that with the content of the channel, you have everything you need to change that. You cannot expect different results doing the same thing over and over again. I'm sorry, it sounds super harsh, but that's the most beneficial thing you can do. Ask yourself, why am I attracting this kind of result? What is the common point in that? Design relocation, etc. We talked about it. And fear of concept art disappearing because Kitbash bought assets we use. Okay. My note is, isn't it actually the problem, the reason why nobody gets hired? Because everyone is doing the same shit. The same useless Kitbash using the same piece of shit of asset. Even on Friday, I talked to someone who applied to the mentorship and I was like, oh, where's the value in the work when I can grab the same asset from Quixel and do the same scene? Where's the value? Where's the difficulty? Why should I get you when I can do it myself or pay a cheap workforce to do that? Kitbash, laziness, clones of clones of clones. This is the reason why people are struggling to get jobs and are becoming so vocal about that. You know the problem. Avoid that. Don't do it. Concept art, just because you kitbash asset and you set up an HDRI doesn't make you a concept artist. Probably lost a few people. I'm going to get a few haters in the comment, but just because you can open a cargo, drag and drop some asset and set up an HDRI and put a dude with a stick in front of that and add a lens flare doesn't make you a concept artist. What's the concept? Remove art from concept art. Talk about concept designer. Concept designer. You are designing a concept. You are designing an ID. You are not an artist about concept. You are designing an ID. Your goal is to convey an ID. Another one might be weird. Sometimes I was thinking about that maybe there is no chance to get a big break unless you're a ex-student from some kind of big institution or school or online program like New Edge, the Artnest Art Center. First of all, thank you for comparing the Artnest to those big centers. Second of all, nobody cares about your degree. I don't have one. So, a degree is never going to get you a job. It does not entitle you to a job, at least in the industry. All that matters is your portfolio. You have plenty of self-taught artists, even in the mentorship, who were having jobs before. So, why I like the idea of the Artnest becoming a monopoly one day. I think it will never be the case because you can succeed by being a self-taught, but you have to ask yourself the right question. That's something that I said while answering a post from Antonio when he made that video about the mentorships. I told something like, most artists will benefit way more from reading Alex Hormozzi's books that are free and transposing that to art and their career than learning the latest fancy gimmick in 3D Code or Blender, or paying the latest masterclass or glorified tutorial posted as a mentorship from insert big name in the industry. Most of the problem artists face is because they don't understand the business aspect of the job. I know we are allergic to that. I know we want to sit and draw all day, but we still have to eat eventually, and we are still in a business that is hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year, sorry. So you can be freaking sure that there is a lot of business knowledge being done here. And honestly, I can summarize the business knowledge you need to know very well. It's any company, what are their problems? How can I solve their problem for them? How can I get seen by them once I know to solve the problem? You do that, you can get a job. Because it's going to drive your entirety of your portfolio by asking yourself, okay, what kind of problem am I solving with those pieces? And we lost that knowledge. Attack the pain point, exactly. What is the biggest pain point of the industry right now? Everyone is doing those pieces of shit. The pieces of shit that you mentioned right here, the kitbash growth asset, the lazy people who don't even know how to fucking draw. who skip the fundamentals for the cool and fun stuff, you know, who want to be just like the big artists, want to be just like the top Gs. That's the biggest pain point of the industry. And that's why you get people like Axel Pommier swimming in likes and visibility. Because first of all, he's doing stuff that nobody is doing. And also for types of game that everyone is nostalgic about. Like the old Zeldas, the old adventure games, the Rayman and things like this. No wonder his work is so successful. And no wonder he started working recently. Addressing pain point. That's how we plan the portfolio in the Artnest. Addressing pain point. Want another one? Who the hell is doing that for environment design? This is the front page. This is what people want. This is what people press like on. I love that miniature because it's like the ultimate thirst trap. Well, the splash art is freaking amazing. Tummy thumbnail. Here we go. Neuron activation thumbnail. Everyone understands the baits. I was talking to someone recently, the person who was doing keyframe. We talked about the Wayfinder concept art. The person was like, yeah, I would like to work at Wayfinder, but I don't know what to do. And I was like, did you search the concept art for Wayfinder? Yes. Why are you not doing this? They are literally showing what they want. Literally. Explicitly. Pick a set of studios that are doing similar stuff. Analyze what they want. Do the same. Inject your own personality in it. Do not make a fan art. Who the heck is doing that? Who the hell is designing lanterns? Everyone wants to design the big tower, the big statue, the mega castle, the spaceships. Design a lantern. There's more value in that little lantern than any mega spaceship. At least in the portfolio for a junior. Who the heck is doing those? Chef's kiss, exactly. Another one, but maybe a bit weird. We talked about that one. So I suppose the fear is always being secondary to someone with specialized education, and that all the hiring would become centered around those places. This is something I've not felt a couple of years ago, so I'm wondering if this is become part of the club thing is yet or not. You know what? Whatever we are doing, there's probably a kid with no arms doing it better than us with their feet. Somewhere in the world. You know what? There's a lot of artists that are better than others. Are they applying? That's how you can beat them. Sure, there will be a few that are very good and applying a lot. But the more you stack those criteria for success, the less people you have. And yeah, New Age is confidence. They have a proof of success. Same with the Artnest. We are gradually reaching that escape velocity where studios and institutions are trusting us. It's a massive buff, don't get me wrong. But if you could go to New Age, if your work is not good, even if you have the degree, first of all, I don't know if they're going to give you the degree. If your work is not on par with what they want. I've heard a few people that year who are still getting debated about if they're going to graduate or not. So that's the first thing. But let's assume you graduate and your work is still not good enough. The new age thing is not going to save you. On the contrary, it might play even against you because they were expecting something insane and you deliver a bit below their expectation. It might be a double-edged sword. That's something that I'm aware about with prestigious school, is that there's a tremendous amount of pressure on the student because they know everyone watches them. That's why the hardness, I want to keep it private, at least for when we are working on the stuff, because I don't want any external site to not pressure the people. So can you be bad after New Age? I don't know. I have no idea. But some people, even in the past, did not graduate from the concept art thing. Reasons, probably, but I don't know them. And I don't want to emit any judgment about that. Next. The fear of not crossing the indie divide. I have friends with many indie companies, but still haven't heard back from AAA. Same as before, ask yourself, why is your portfolio only attracting indies? And why is it repelling AAA studios? Once you have the answer, ask yourself, how can I fix that? And go watch the video to craft a portfolio that gets you hired. And if you want, and if you trust the hardness and you have a bit of money to spare, consider grabbing the preparatory module starting on next week normally. I'm releasing the preparatory module again next week. There's going to be a few additions, as always. I'm going to talk about that, but I need to do the few additions next week first. But just watching the videos is more than enough. The preparatory module is not a pay-to-win thing. It's just if you want to dive deeper on that and get a bit of help. But for most people who are like, I'm only stuck with those studios and I cannot attract that other type of work, answer lies 100% of the time in the portfolio. 100% of the time. I'm sorry to be that person. I'm just the messenger, folks. Okay. Next one. I know who you are, buddy. I know you're watching. I'm not that old. I'm 31, but thinking that there are people younger than me who have higher quality of work than me makes me doubt a lot what I might be capable of. And the fact that I think that studio would prefer to hire younger people doing what I do in a better way. I avoid seeing the work from new keys because it's hard to assimilate and doesn't help to avoid these feelings. The only greatly increase the imposter syndrome, making me question whether I'll be ready to bring something fresh to the table. On the other hand, the fact I need a visa wherever I want to work makes me feel like there is much more complicated than I thought, especially not knowing that studio don't risk hiring or training young artists in studio. Freelancing is the prompt solution, but to freelance, you need to be extremely good since there are a lot of great freelance artists. A lot of great freelance artists, they are doing keyframes and they are out of jobs now. I don't know that many great freelance artists that are doing callouts. Also, the fact of not receiving responses from studio, even a thank you, which are the ones we are looking for, increasing the thing, not just feeling better anymore. Not knowing how the industry is evolving, the high demand in terms of artists. We talked about that. High demand in terms of artists looking for a job who cannot get a job. So it's not a high demand. I know who you are, buddy. So I think a lot of things right there got covered already. Whatever you do, a kid somewhere in the world will do it better with their feet because they don't have hands. Imposter syndrome, either bulldozer mindset, professional help, you trust the process. And just don't pick a grifter asking yourself to talk about your feelings and help you cope. Doesn't solve things. Visa, we talked about that. Regarding not receiving any response, are you using the templates? That's my question. And I would like to see, I know who you are, buddy. Send me the portfolio that you send, please. There's probably a few stuff that we can tweak. I want to see what you are sending. I remember, for example, on the rookies, there are a few pieces that I told you not to put that you put. So maybe we can do a bit of curation right there. Okay, we talked about it. Next, there's a part of me that worries that no matter how good my portfolio will turn out. I will have to seek to CEO in my country just because the competition is so high for remote jobs around the globe. Yep, but not that many people trust artists to grant that remote jobs, so the competition is not that high. After the COVID, everyone think, yeah, I would like to work in the US or in a remote job while being in the Maldives. No, it's not happening. Back to office, boys. Or else freelance and you better be good. Top of that, there's always someone with a less risky hire than me, someone who already has connection, credibility, more experience. Yeah, but just because something happens doesn't mean that you should not start doing that. It's like everyone is building up a score. And the earlier you start out, the earlier you're going to build that score, and eventually people with a higher score than you will get sorted out, and it will be your turn. So just because it sucks is not a reason to not do it. If you start right now, you are ahead of some people who have not started yet. That's why it's important. Let me plug my mouse, please. It's my mouse is dying right now. Give me a sec. Here we go. Theo Romic, don't worry, it's going to be recorded. Here we go. And features that are doing AI over point. Yeah, I know who you are. Good portfolio, application, outsourcing studios outside of Eastern Europe. Aggressivity. Unfortunately, that's the only solution. I wish there was an easier solution. That's why I'm always asking to anyone applying to the mentorship, do you have a deadline? And do you have time in front of you? Are you aware that do you have at least 6 months in front of you? 4 months minimum, 6 months minimum. It's important. Very worried about the future of illustration and animation. It's very saturated. There's so many universities, free course and mentorship nowadays. Universities, some of them most of them are shit. Free courses, not that many are great because it's free. And mentorship, look at Antonio's videos about mentorship. Most of them are also bad. So not just because there's a lot of education doesn't mean that it's qualified education. And again, what are we talking about? Are we talking about technical or business or full package? Because you need the full package. Many institutes are willing to even hire people with experience. It's crazy. It's not that they are not hiring, it's just that you don't see the job offers. We talked about that at the very beginning of the video. We can't really have expensive skills because there's so many people applying to one opening. Yeah, exactly. That's because we are talking about applying to one opening. And you shouldn't. It's not that you should not apply to those, it's just that it should not be your sole strategy. Because when you apply to a job offer, there's nothing in your control. You don't control which studios are making that offer, when they are making it, for which job position, what are the requirements, who applies there, in which order you are in the queue of applicants. So as soon as you send the portfolio, it's not in your control anymore, and there are so many layers of luck potentially stacked against you. While when you do cold email, you are in control of the interaction, you are in control of what you show them. There's technically no concurrence. When you are getting recommended, again, you are filtered in, and you just have to nail the interview and nail with what they want, which is, again, in your control. So no wonder people relying solely on job offers, they are feeling desperate right now. It's because their agency is being removed. It has always been like that. It's very, very, very important to acknowledge that job offers is relying solely on job offer. It's a recipe for disaster, especially right now. In addition to that, when you get recommended, the studio knows you, or at least knows the person who recommends you and can trust them. When you are applying, they don't know you. So it's maximum distrust. They're going to get you to jump through so many hoops to start trusting you. This is the hard mode of job applications. Cold email, folks. Cold email and networking. Look at the video we are doing with Darko tomorrow. I know the mic of Darko is cutting towards the second half. It's still possible to understand what he's saying, don't worry, but it's cutting for a few hours. It started to be buggy. I don't know what happened. But he said something like, he gave the formula for cold email. It's like, I'm blah, blah, blah. I work for blah, blah, blah. or I'm a student at the Art Nest. I'm specialized in this. I would like to work with you. Let's work together. Here's my work. Link. Kiss. No need for more than that. You can send it to tons of studios. At least you are honest. It's like, hey, straight to the point, direct, not wasting your time, rather than asking ChatGPT like, I'm honored and proud to write to you in order to, because I are already being a massive fan of your studio for years, and it will be a great pleasure and a great honor, and I'm humbled and proud to announce that I would like to apply to your studio. Shut the fuck up. Straight to the point. A good message, a good email is one that gets the person to click on the portfolio. That's all. Where was I? In my case, I got the experience as well as many professionals telling me that I got the skill, but it's still the chance to get hired as well as join. Especially when you think that some of the jobs you get are just fixed contract that you gotta get back to the job search once the contract is over. In that case, oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm not here to be mean, but it's going to be the same. It's like, have a look at your portfolio and again, ask yourself, is it suited to cover long-term production or not? Is it a portfolio that could attract long-term contract by proving that I'm covering every aspect of the production long-term? Because freelance gigs, when it's short, is because you just want something quick and you are specialized in that generally. I really wish there was a way to incentivize studio to be more flexible hiring, but also a way to support artists and who are wanting and able to open their own studio with decent amount of people. As I think that the only way I see the situation be solved is the incentivization of new studio in different parts of the world. I like the idea. It's very noble, but unfortunately right there we are relying on the collective. And when you are relying on the collective, you are expecting something outside of your control that you have no agency over to solve the stuff for you. And there's no guarantee it's going to happen, unfortunately. Instead, ask yourself, how can I, with my work, incentivize studios to be more flexible with me? And the answer lies in World War. This is trust. And to get trust, it's like understand what they need, deliver exactly that. And the more you can tell them, hey guys, I understand what you want. You won't have to train me for ages before I'm a profit. I'm profitable straight away. Let's work together. The more you can vehicle that idea with your portfolio, the more likely you are to get hired. You want to incentivize studios to hire more? You need to bring more good artists in the market. Because a good artist is going to be turned into a profit fast for studios. And every studio, everyone wants to make more profit. So you're giving them incentive to hire more people. The problem is that right now, the industry is filled with people that are unprofitable. And that's the tragedy of the industry at the moment. More about that next week. The place of culture, art, and entertainment in an ever-changing political landscape. Oof. Okay. Here's my answer. Keep politics and social issue out of my entertainment. It's as simple as that. It's a weird game where to win, you have not to play. I know that everyone right now wants to make everything political and about social issues. I'm not questioning the legitimacy of talking about social issues and politics, okay? But entertainment, when I'm opening up a game, I don't want to be reminded about any conflict in the world or Twitter. I want to escape the world. I want to escape reality. I want to escape the struggles of the world. And everyone reacts this way. And some people will be like, no, it's about the message. Okay, I get it. I understand it's noble. But look at the data. There are a few outliers in both categories, of course. But similar to the 90% hit rate and success in predicting the success of a game or not by the public, just by the trailer, it's exactly the same with that. Look at the common point of most games that try to put the message first. They flopped. They flopped massively. Do I need to reopen up about Concord, for example? Do I need to open up about Dustborn? Dragon Age the Veilguard? But they prioritize whatever message they wanted. And I'm not debating the message itself, okay? Nothing against that. That's fine. What I'm debating is the very action of putting that first at the detriment of the fundamentals for the game to be good. We can expand that to Star Wars, the last 3 movies, Rings of Power, series and games that are all about politics now. Doesn't work. People do not resonate with that. Some people will say people need to be educated. I think it's arrogant to tell the people what they should and should not think. And there are very few games that are sending some messages, or at least including those messages, and are still success. You want examples? You want example of a message of diversity? Pick Baldur's Gate or Expedition 33. At no moment are they crusading to send a message. It's just there, treated normally, and it's not at the detriment of all the other qualities in the game. So you want to win, and I've said that very vividly in the mentorship. Keep your art, and again, I want to remove the art, keep your concept. Keep your stuff out of the social debate, of the public debate. It's going to be way easier for you. You want to be partisan, you want to defend causes, more power on you. Whichever they are. But do it on a burner account that is quarantined from your main account. Because studios, they don't want that. They don't want PR shitstorms. You're going to notice some causes that were very prominent a few years ago. The same studios who were crusading for those, that year they don't give a shit. Or they only use that when they can monetize it, which in my opinion is very hypocritical. And I think that's what a lot of players don't like, is the hypocrisy. Look at the Bud Light thing. What people didn't like is the hypocrisy behind that. And thinking people are stupid and won't see that. It's like, hey, insert whatever category of people, we are with you, buy your shit. No. Most of the flops, they preferred sending a message over pleasing the audience. Look at Concord. Look at Dustborn. Look at Rings of Power. Fear that I've worked in the industry for 10 plus years, but only for one company. And because my experience is limited to one place and a lot of peers my age have done way more, I won't be able to get on any big project. The fact that I'll always feel one step behind in my skill progression, and now a lot of life things are starting to distract me and make it harder for me to focus. So first of all, if life things are happening, it's fine. Solve that. That's a priority program, probably. Skill and progression. I don't know how many hours you spend on this. So I don't know. The only way to get compensate will be your portfolio. But if you have been working for 10 years and I remember your work, it's pretty good. Have you started applying? Try applying. Try applying aggressively with what you have. You never know. It should not replace working on your portfolio in terms of time management. But again, 3 to 5 cold emails a day, doable, plus you have the templates. Oh, and I forgot to address the age bracket. Nobody cares about the age. I know some artists who started at 45. That's fine. So, extreme fear plus imposter syndrome. Talked about that. Fear of, even though I give all my energy, time, and focus practicing, learning, and drawing non-stop every day, putting all my soul and my being in the work, still not be able to land a job in this career. Fear of drawing every day and not seeing any percentage of improvement. So, that one. Those two. Disconnect the result from the practice. The goal is to stick to the habit of drawing and leveling up every day. Not to beat yourself at the end of every day, telling yourself, oh no, I've not reached superstar level yet. I'm a piece of crap. If you have done X amount of practice per day, you're good. Keep the streak. Read Atomic Habits by James Clear. Of needing to give up my dream because I need to pay rent and food. Do not hesitate. In the free course, I'm talking about the side jobs. If you don't have anything to pay your bills, none of the rest matters. Solve that first. And then it's going to help you work on your portfolio from a calmer state of mind, where you are more in control and where you will be able to make the right choice rather than piloting it in survival mode overall. Fear of putting months and years of work in portfolio and still get rejected, that's in your control. Overall, it's fear of failure. Fancy European art college? No, that's the biggest waste of money you can do. Basically, there's New Age, and any other European art college are fucking scams. There's probably a few more that are good. Like Outside is good for stylized. Artifacts for VFX is great. Other schools, don't bother. Save your 40 Gs. Invest $1,000 a year in online education. Get $150 for the preparatory module. It's going to bring you more value than 2 years of art school. The belief that you need a European art college, this is the biggest scam in the world. Art schools are very good at selling you that. Don't trust them. People in the chat, if you're from an art school, are you satisfied with your art school? Just write it right now, please. The free course is available, description down below. Preparatory module will be made available for purchase for a limited amount of time next week during the next live. The window to get it is tight. It's to allow you to have it for the summer, but you keep it forever then. Here we go. Nah, nope, oh boy, no. Learn way more on my own. Here we go. You get the answer about European art school. Most of all, fear that one day having a great portfolio, don't play job again. Fear of failure. So, I see fear of failure plus imposter syndrome. We talked about that already. Professional help, assessment, and getting someone that you trust that tells you this is good, this is not, and you trust the person on that. And when you get hired with you, the problem with that, I don't want to scare you because it was exactly the same for me when I joined my studio, is that when I joined Ubisoft, I was thinking the same. I was like, they made a mistake. I'm not legitimate. And I was acting in ways that was confirming that. And the problem of that, the problem of imposter syndrome is that it's creating a behavior that creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. You think you are not worthy, so you're going to heavily ponderate things in a way that confirms that you are not worthy and that it should fuck up. So you will fuck up. That's why either you trust someone that thinks that point for you, or else you try to clean that thing. Very important. Okay, let me grab a few more. I can do 50 more minutes, but that's it. Where we? Oh my god. Big stuff right there. Okay. Next one. I feel like the bar is always rising. I feel slower with learning than some more productive artists, and like I never catch up and become industry ready in time. Okay. The bar is always rising. I don't know how much time and effort you put every day in the thing. So I don't want to make some judgment. Okay? What I'm going to say is not a judgment, it's just a reality. Depending on where you start, do the math about how many hours a day or a week you spend on art. Multiply that by the year. And it's going to tell you, I mean, when you learn the job and you do studies, you know you do 8 hours a day, something like that. And you do like probably 1,500 hours a year, something like this. When you are learning, then making a portfolio is different. But let's imagine you need 3 years at school, that roughly 4,000 hours. Plus making a portfolio is at 500 hours. So 4,500 hours. In how many years can you achieve that? I don't like the 10,000 hours rule because the time you spend, it needs to be spent well. If it's 10,000 hours on shit or on things that are not optimized, you're going to be a master at suboptimal thing. So you need the work hard and the work smart. This is something I'm going to talk about next week, the work hard versus work smart trope. And everyone today is trying to tell you, yeah, you need to work smart. You can do 20 hours of work in 20 minutes. No. At least not for art. So it's all about how much time you spent and doing the maths to know. Because if you spend 3 hours a week on art, it might be difficult indeed to catch up. I'm not here to shatter the dreams, but I don't have solution. I don't have the time machine that Hermione Granger is having in Harry Potter. I wish it existed. I wish it was possible to capture time in a bottle. But there is one thing that everyone is equal against its time. I know the struggle. It's the same for me. I would love to learn so many stuff. I would like to learn some musical instrument better. I would like to go to the gym more. I would like to do stuff more, but time is finite. So all that matters is what you do with the time given to you. And yeah, heavy focus on fundamentals. And then making sure you do your research and you know where you are going with your portfolio. Mentorship is there to save time to people. But the technique, it's non-negotiable. That's why we have so many stylized people in the mentorship, is that there's no way you can bullshit your way with 3D when doing stylized. You have to know how to draw. And those who are doing realistic, they know how to draw extremely well now. Next. Oh my god, that's a big dump right here. My concern isn't towards the artist. They are far more capable and skilled people than I am, and I understand that. I'm not afraid to make artists, and I'm more than happy for them to have a job in difficult times like this, because I also want to be able to pay the bills and live better conditions. Was one of my guests are studio finding ways to pay people less artists I'll have to accept less to be able to be given an opportunity. I'm afraid of artists as a whole losing studio tactics. And yes, this is also tied to outsourcing in AI, because some capacity, because AI will never go away. It's kind of about box being open, and we need to come together to understand that companies are the ones making money off our work. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with companies making money off our work. That's why they are paying you. The problem that I see there is that a lot of artists are not profitable. So of course they're going to be paid less. If a studio really, really wants you, I know it's rare, especially right now, but if they really want you, and trust me, in those dire times, when a studio really wants you, they really mean it. Because finding the right person for a studio is extremely expensive. That's why studios are spending $3,000 to $5,000 to send 2 artists to suffer for an event in the hope of maybe scouting one person. If they scout just one person, the $5,000 investment was worth it. AI would never go away. I talked about how to nuke that argument. Sure, AI would never go away, but will AI permeate the concept art industry? I'm not sure. At least not now, and probably not in the next 10 years. And we need a new avenue to fight this. Why do we need to fight that companies are making money off our work? That's the principle of a business. I'm paying you for whatever you are doing. Whatever you are buying, you are paying someone to give you a service or to solve a problem you have. You are hungry, you are paying $2 to get a baguette. You want help to fix your back, you are paying $70 an hour the chiropractor to fix your back. If the result is there, are you happy having spent that? Yes. Did the person rob you? Is it bad that that person asked for money for a service and solving your problem? I don't think so. Studios are the same. The debate might be surrounded around the profit that they make of that. Again, studios are there to make profit also. They are not charities. I get the point. I understand the frustration. But blaming corporate greed, unfortunately, is not going to help. You want to blame someone with corporate greed, blame the investors for public companies. But any company is not a charity. Their goal is to make money. Otherwise, they are not sustainable. If they are not sustainable, if they see it this way, if they don't make a profit with your work, if they lose money with your work, not only it is hindering your job, but it's hindering the job and the security of everyone else. So you want everyone to make a living. You need the company they work for to make a profit. So it's in the common interest of everyone that the company makes profits. And the bigger profit they make, normally the bigger the bonus and the bigger the raise you're going to get. So normally it's a common mission. I know that some people and some companies are twisting that narrative in bad ways. Don't get me wrong. I'm not naive. But saying that profit is bad, not the best way of doing that, because your goal is also to make profit. And if you believe that making profit is bad, then it's going to hinder your ability to make profit too. I might be assuming right there, and I apologize if I assumed a bit too far, by the way. And one solution we are seeing are creative opening their own project companies, and there is a high risk for that. And the problem is that they too need to make profit, and a fuck ton of profit to keep on the paycheck rolling. You need to understand that when a studio, let's pick an outsourcing studio, okay? Or any studio. So this is a timeline, okay? They get a project right here. Let's say they get a client that is paying them 20% of the money. On the way, they're going to get 20% more, and right there they get the 60% remaining. And then all of these are months, okay? Each of those months, you have to pay everyone. So salaries, rent, licenses, material, paid leaves, social security, everyone. Let's say you have 50 people. in a studio. Let's say just 30. Okay. 30 people in a studio. Let's say they are paid 3K a month. Which, depending on your country, might be a lot or not, but whatever. On average, including the boss and all of that. So some people will be higher, some people will be lower, whatever. With social security, or social security. Okay? So everyone costs 5K a month. Add some licenses. So that's already 150G a month. Just to pay people. Add the licenses, let's say 50G. Rent, 20G. Extras, 30Gs. Boom. You are 250 grand a month. And studios, while they wait for their next payment, they have to spend that every single month. Now imagine that with 2,000 people. It's millions. Especially studios like Riot in California. Everyone is paid more than 100 Gs. With Social Security, everyone costs 150 Gs at minimum. So on average, everyone is going to cost 200K. 2,000 people times 200K. I don't even know the numbers anymore. Tons of millions. 20 millions a month, something like this. So, okay. You want to make your own studio of 30 people? Where do you find 250K a month? What happens if at some point that client that you rely upon, just before paying you, cancels the contract or crashes and vanishes from existence? And you were betting on that product being stable or getting that money here and here, and you don't have it. That's how you can tank a studio. And you need to anticipate for that. To anticipate for that, you need to have a lot of treasury and savings in advance to compensate for those days. And you need to have several contracts in parallel and having options. So, okay, making profit in excess without paying people might be bad. But it's also necessary because if you pay everyone, if you literally eat, let's say you make 250K a month and you are like, okay, I'm going to be Robin Hood. I'm going to pay everyone with all the money that we have. Everyone is equal. Okay, Robin Hood, let's go. You have 1 month with nothing. You are at minus $250,000 in the negative on the bank account. You are dead. So this is why it's so important that you make aggressive profit. This is so important that a studio makes the most aggressive profit possible. Otherwise, it is not sustainable and you are in danger. So why don't they pay people more? Because it would threaten the whole integrity of the studio. So you need to make sure that when you pay someone more, you are sure you are giving an incentive to people to perform more. And you are sure that in some way, paying that person more is going to be a bigger return over investment. You are not paying someone more of the goodness of your heart. It's because one way or the other, you expect more result from them. We are not here to debate capitalism, unfortunately. Or fortunately, this is the system we are into and we need to play with those rules. If you don't create value, you cannot stabilize any system. Whether it's an industry or 3 people, whether it's a solopreneur project or it's a massive megacorp. I hope it nukes the argument of corporate greed. You need a healthy amount of greed and profit seeking in any business. The Artnest and my business on the side doing consulting and marketing is no different. I need to keep an aggressive amount of profit to make it sustainable. In case typically during the summer, there's no classes, I can tank that without crashing the mentorship. It's just an example. What's your opinion on mega studio, considering how much money and effort it takes to maintain them? Take into the context the amount of game flops. They better have a lot of savings to tank those flops. And it seems that a lot of studios didn't have that. Like the studio from Concord, who costed 400 millions for zero, if not negative, who shut down because they don't have the money for that. So it's very important that you store and hold a lot of money like a dragon, the bigger your business is. I'm not debating the validity of capitalism, of communism, or whatever. I don't care. I'm not a political commentator. I don't give a shit. I just want people to understand the numbers and the reason behind profit. It's so important. We need to be able to empower ourselves and empower each other. Things like funds, grants, resources, and open communication with those who are willing to support the arts. Where do we find those? Nowhere. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to break your dream. This is the Shire from the Lord of the Rings. This is not real world. You cannot rely on the collective to solve problems because the collective works only if everyone thinks the same. And you cannot enforce people to think the same because everyone is self-centered and everyone's course of action is driven by their own interest. So this is noble. I wish it was this way. Maybe it will be in the future. But when you rely on the collective to solve that, that's the problem also I have with, for example, unions, at least in the US, is that you're relying on something that you have no control over and it has agency over your life. When you rely on the collective, when you rely on something outside of your control, you are literally removing your own agency. Don't know why article don't explain how to sustain a future career because you will piece out together that they are a business who milked you and you will be angry and you will not pay the master degree DLC. They will literally antagonize the customer. So I'm sorry, I'm feeling like I'm pounding on that comment. Nothing personal against you, buddy. This is just to explain and to give a reality check in terms of business and money. Profit is good. Profit is a good indicator. You want it, and it's actually mandatory to sustain any business. Whether you are doing an Etsy shop and you have to cover for the expenses of producing your goods, whether you are selling ice creams, whether you are running a bank, whether you are a doctor to pay your assistant and your taxes and the legal stuff and your office, whether you are an artist, whether you are a multi-billion-dollar company, or whether you are a game studio. Profit is good. Profit is to be desired. Profit is necessary. But there is one thing regarding profit is that profit needs to be used with reason in ways that are generating even more profit. And that's where a lot of human being fails. And that's why I was talking about self-centered interest, is that at some point investors want to cut and get out and buy a Bugatti. Again, that's understandable. I will probably do the same. But that's when there's a buttload of money and people can take it, that you need to have a lot of mental fortitude to do the right thing, delayed gratification, take a bit of what you can take that you deserve for as long as it doesn't hinder the perennity of the business. That's fair. That's called paying yourself. And the rest, you need to see that as reinvesting in your business so you can take even more later. Delayed gratification. And a lot of people looking at the director of Bungie, for example, with his sports cards collection, for example, are not able to do that. And that's also the problem. So what are the red flags to avoid? To me, the red flag is removing your own agency by expecting the collective to do things. The price of the game continuing to increase. Okay, I'm going to be a devil advocate right there. Look at the evolution of prices of video game more than 40 years ago. Look at the price of a cartridge in the 80s or in the 90s. Look at the percentile of inflation on food or gas or electricity or anything else compared to the price of a game. You're going to notice that video games lag behind the current state of inflation so much that, technically speaking, games are cheaper. I don't want $100 games, don't get me wrong. But seeing this way, it has been very inflation resistant for a long time. What I don't like is studios who bring nothing more to the table asking for more. In that case, I totally agree with you, it's bad. Let's say Sandfall Interactive tells me, hey, we are so sorry, we are working on the next, like, Expedition 32, let's say. Okay. It's going to be bigger, but it's going to be $60. I'm like, shut the fuck up, take my money immediately. It's $100, shut the fuck up, take my money. Lion tells me Baldur's Gate 4 is out tomorrow, it's $150, take my money. I don't care. It's all correlated to trust again. From Software tells me Elden Ring MMORPG tomorrow, $200. Plus the season pass, shut up, take my money. As long as it doesn't affect the permanency is key here. Exactly, Trojan horse. The price isn't justified when you don't trust the studio. If you know the studio is going to bring you a great value, and it's the public to decide that it's not the studio to self-program, it's a first quadruple A game. No, that's bullshit. If the public trusts them, they will find the money. Looking at you, Borderlands creator, we say, true fans will find a way to finance the game. Yeah, your game is shit. And your PR practices are shit too. Nobody plays the game. Because you shat on your customers. And they lost the trust, while the Borderlands fans were the most hardcore fans we could imagine. But they squandered that. Exactly, don't buy from bad studios, and that's what studios do not understand. They're like, oh, we released Concord, we don't understand. Because it's bad and nobody wanted that shit. Have you checked your audience before? That's also the basic of business, making what is called the ICP, the ideal customer profile, where you are making a psychological painting of your client. You know what they want, what they don't want, and what they react, so you can better market and sell to them. Have you done that? No, you wanted to spend a message, and you were so self-righteous, thinking that everyone out and must think the same, that you ignored that and you squandered $500 million in a shit game. I'm not talking about the artist, I'm talking about the person who validated the project. I'm sorry having bashed and became a bit angry on that post. Nothing personal. Next, a fear that I put so much into this career and not being able to improve my salary. Also, after landing a job, I'm interested, I lose out to AI. We talked about AI. Improving your salary, I mean, this is the purpose of the mentorship. This is the purpose of that whole channel. It's like, how do you bring more value to the table? The more you bring value, the more likely you are to make more money. Next big message. Oh my fucking god. There's no way we can finish everything. The dynamics have changed and no standards have been set. Skills that were once considered advanced are now simply expected, no longer optional but essential. Looking at you, photorealistic rendering. I'm not afraid, but I've been working hard and I'm still doing my best to break into this field for years, having taken it seriously from a young age. Lately though, I can feel the pressure building. It's like a slow burn inside, making me question how much longer I can keep pushing before I finally land that kind of job I'm striving for, or I can truly contribute value to studio and clients. Demand is rising, but so is the competition. It's tough out there, and success depends on being strategic, whether that's mean becoming a master at a niche or studying a path that isn't already oversaturated. You have the answer. The person who wrote that, you have the answer. You are super niche. You are doing hard surface and concept design. You have it. Now, with the current work you have, it's all about applying it as aggressively as you can. That's how you're going to solve it, I can guarantee you. But yeah, not being a clone. Next. Life and expectation of becoming responsible, self-sufficient adult. Welcome to adult world. It's tough. An inevitable deadline resulting in me having to compromise, settle, or even given up on my dream. Ultimately, having to live with the regret of failing and breaking the promise made to my younger self. I don't like thinking about it. A head full of fears has no space for dreams. This one is tough. So, I think regret is way, way, way worse than remorse. Regret is when you forsake your attempt at even trying. It's basically when you don't even try and you give up before even trying. If you did your best, you try, it succeeds, good. You do your best, you try, it didn't succeed, and you have to change. You come at terms with that. At least you can tell yourself, hey, I've done my best. And that's way more manageable. You will have learned a lot on the road. And I know that grieving is tough. You start with denial, anger, bargaining, resignation, acceptation, etc. So the stages of grief for artists. So it's like denial. No, that's fine. I'm good. It's just that studio don't see my worth, something like that. They are blind. Anger. Trying to find any kind of scapegoat. Like corporate greed. Capitalism. Layoffs. AI. That artist is stealing my job. Why is that people so good, so bad and getting hired? I should be in their place. Things like this. Bargaining. Maybe if I start harassing people on LinkedIn and Recruiter, I will get it. Maybe if I do this, maybe if I do that. Maybe if I watch that new tutorial about that fancy gimmick in Blender, it will solve all my problems and grant me a job. Maybe that masterclass by someone who worked on Star Wars, taking me how to make spaceship from Star Wars will help me make spaceship like Star Wars and work on Star Wars. Spoiler alert, no. Resignation. It's a tough industry. Acceptation, okay, I tried. Things like this. So I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but first of all, I think you are in the right place, right there in the art nest. Watch all the content we have done. It's going to help you tremendously. It's going to save you so much time. It's really going to save you a lot of time and effort. It's going to avoid crashing into walls. That's really the goal of the art nest, even the mentorship, everything I do, it's to save people time and headache. By giving you a curated set of information that are actionable, no bullshit, and work. The community to help you on that and not wander around. But that's something that my mentor told me recently, is that you need to have a clear objective that is quantifiable, precise in terms of quality, quantity, time delay. Do you have an objective? Do you have, I want to have this with those criteria by X amount of time? Because this is going to put the fire up your ass, generally. It's going to give you a deadline. You need to think a lot about that deadline, of course, to pick something reasonable in every single possible ways. But if you tell yourself now I have time or it's not precise, it's going to slightly lower the pressure, and that guilt that you are mentioning, the heavy weight of becoming self-sufficient is going to start becoming more and more weighty on your shoulders. Give yourself a reasonable deadline. Do your best. Worst case scenario, there's no remorse. I don't know your current situation. I don't know your current work. Yeah, that would be the solution. And get involved in the community. I know you have the preparatory module. It should normally help you massively with that. Having a goal and having a clear vision. You know, a lot of people they are doing what is called a bottom-up approach. So let me make that triangle. There we go. We duplicate it. There we go. So, oops. So there is like the vision slash goal, strategy, tactics. Okay. An example of a vision, getting a job in that studio by X amount of years. Strategy, making my portfolio. Rather analyzing what the studio wants, comparing my work, planning my portfolio, building my portfolio, applying aggressively, nailing interview, etc. Tactics, fancy tutorial, gimmick Blender add-on, new kit bash pack, new tutorial, new this, new that, new that. Okay. Most people, when they build things, let's say they want to build a plane, like the Concorde or the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, the Eiffel Tower, one of the 7 wonders of the world, the pyramids. There was a vision. Okay, let's build a pyramid. We want to create the most incredible architecture ever made in history that is going to be so crazy that even millennia after, people will think it's made by aliens. That's the vision. The magnificent, godlike entity. What else the strategy? Okay, we're going to have to cut stones. We're going to have to figure out ways to build that. We're going to need millions of peoples. Tactics. How to cut the stone. How to lift the stone. How to push the stone. Things like that. You see what I mean? Starting from the vision and then breaking down in what do I need to achieve that? And those things, okay, what are the sub-steps? And most people, they have this kind of bottom-up approach where they start from tactics in hope of reaching the vision. Like, oh, I bought the new tutorial, hoping it will make me a pro. No, because there's no plan and you don't even know the vision. It's not clearly established. Is there a preparatory module presentation somewhere to find out more before next week? I'm going to make it next week. Don't worry. There's some lives available when I'm introducing it already. Feel free to look at that. I'm pretty sure someone in the chat can mention which one it is. And there's also another problem. That's something that I showed yesterday to some people. The Dunning-Kruger effect. That's the tragedy of the bottom-up approach. There we go. Let me pick that one. So everyone knows the Dunning-Kruger effect, I think. Oop. Okay. Okay. Okay, bear with me with that masterpiece, okay? Bear with me. You're welcome, Chris. Apply, buddy. Apply. Okay, the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is the tragedy of a lot of things happening. I'm going to redo that exact meme next week. But that's the tragedy of what's happening, is that people, you know, the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's when you learn something, you become overly confident very easily because you go from 0 to 0.1 fast, and it's infinitely more than 0. So you think, oh my god, I get it. So it's like, oh my god, I feel like shit. And then there's an ad telling you, hey, you want to work on Star Wars, buy my stuff where I'm teaching you to make spaceship from Star Wars so you too can work on Star Wars. Or at least it's not said this way, but that's the story you tell yourself. It's like, oh my god, I'm going to buy that shit. And you follow along, you make one picture where you literally copied the stuff from the video, and you're like, I know my shit, I can apply to Star Wars, and that person who made the tutorial said, awesome shit, bro, under my work on that station, I'm ready. That's fine. And then person keeps on pushing and make another, oh, I don't know how to make a spaceship. Oh, I'm not getting a job. Oh, I'm not getting hired. I'm not getting a job. And basically, you are there. And the problem that most people do is that they are not pushing forward. What they do is what they do is that instead of pushing forward and being a bit stubborn on the thing, it's like, oh my god, there's that new tutorial by fancy artist telling me it's going to tell me how to work on The Last of Us. Let me buy my shit and start from scratch. This is the solution. And you start looping. And the person, they get trapped in that fucking loop right there. And that's the tragedy of that tutorial and fake mentor culture, is that you keep looping from one shiny object to the other. And you are trapped in the loop of endless stupidity and not knowledge, while the goal, the things you need to do is, okay, temper your expectations. Start there. Reach a peak, temper your expectation. You're going to crash. If you have a good mentor, if you have a good ecosystem, and the hardness is for that, even the public part is going to help you bounce back. And then we accelerate the growth. Okay? That's all you saw. That's what my mentor told me the other day with that exact drawing. I was like, holy shit, this is exactly the thing. That's the tragedy, and that's what afflicts 99% of artists today. Sorry for that masterclass. It's I know it needs to be sold as an NFT, I think. $2 million. But yeah, so it works. Next. So, oh my god, that's a big dumping again. Age, being considered too old despite the experience and screen. Nobody cares about age. Fear of being replaced by libraries of endless recycled materials and non-creative shortcuts. We talked about that. If any dum-dum can do it, there's no value. And the very skills you need to future-proof yourself against that, it's the very skill you need to get a job actually too. Think of being viewed as a stranger to the culture of that particular workplace or community. This is entirely in your control. It depends on your ability to be extroverted, outgoing, and to integrate. Nobody is going to do that for you. You cannot expect people to integrate you if you don't want to be integrated. And if you want to be integrated, you have to act in ways that are showcasing that you want to be integrated. I know that as artists, we are not the most socially calibrated creatures, but it's doable. But it 100% depends on you. Fear getting into a crunching machine, never enough environment. We talked about that with the fear of harassment. You need to build options to be willing to walk away. Fear of lack of communication from the client on the growth that you have to deal with uncertainty. Just try to be concise. Okay. You can train your clients. And that's what I said in the videos in the free course regarding commissions. And even in the YouTube video regarding commissions, it's like you have to train your client. Before giving your price, do not ever give your price without having a context. You're going to be like, okay, in order to give you a precise quote, I need to estimate how much work it takes and the scope of the work. Would you mind telling me this and that and that and that and that and that and that and giving me a brief and giving me references about the style you want, the lighting, the content of the characters that you want me to draw, everything, so I can assess what needs to be done. If the client is like, isn't it your job? You're like, no, because my job is not to figure out what you want if you don't know what you want in the first place. So by doing that, not only you are knowing exactly what you want to do, you are saving me a lot of time, so you are saving also a lot of money. And we speak the same language, so it's going to be easier and save you even more time and money. You get it faster for cheaper. You are happy, I'm happy. And we are not diving into that endless loop of me trying to figure out what you want and you just knowing what you don't want, but not what you want, which is going to create frustration and resentment and friction and a lot of lost time for the both of us. That's how you train your client and that's how you solve that problem. Fear of not enough work to be found out here. We talked about that already. Ooh, next one. Thank you, Christina. You are in mode for only 3 hours. Already doing a great job. Next, a link to what person said. I fear you prefer to hire directly students from school like New Age instead of older people, non-student like us, because they have connection partnership agreement. It's certain that when you have a reliable source of good talents, and you know it's reliable, you're more likely to go there. Is 20 students from New Age per year enough to saturate the whole industry? No. That's why some studios are low-key wanting to bribe them to get the students. They are not bribing them, but they would love to. That's what a few studios told me when I was discussing about them. Nothing but positive praise. I wish studio will bribe the artness to get us. It's not there yet, but hopefully in a year or two from now, it's going to be the case. But no, those few schools, they are not enough to saturate the whole market. Come on, New Age 20 students a year. What do you do with that? School and studio organize meet and greet. Of course, meeting someone IRL is always preferred to evaluate potential candidature. Yes. It seems more convenient for them to reduce those chances for us. No, because it's not enough to saturate their need. If there is one thing you need to remember, I know it sounds weird, it sounds like a first world problem and that it's not manifested there, but it's true. The industry is craving talents, but good talents, and there's not enough good talents. It's not that there is no job, it's just that there is not enough good enough talents. And by bringing more good enough talents to the industry, that's how you stimulate the market. Of course, the artness is going to become a go-to because what we are doing rivals is better than 99% of art school, cheaper than all of them, grants faster results, and can be done online so you don't have to commit to an online city. So even if the artness was 10G, which is a massive commitment, don't get me wrong, and we are not there yet, even if it was 10G, it would still be a massive bargain compared to art school. The only difference is that we are not picking people from ground zero. We're going to develop some education from ground zero to help you. It's coming next year. I talked about that with the secondary mentors already. We have tons of plans. And spoiler alert, starting September, we're going to do some workshops. Just a quick question, quick impromptu. Put a +1 in the chat, folks. If you would be interested, let's say for $100, for a 1-week masterclass and demo from one of the mega legends of the mentorship, like Axel, Matt, Jess, Gail, people like that. would you be willing to pay $100 to have 1 week of demo from them from start to finish? Just put a plus one in the chat. Gael, Axel, Jess, Matt, we are in business. That's the confirmation we needed that we talked about yesterday. We are in business. Okay, it's happening on September, guys. Back to that. A privileged way to make connection and be hired for expensive schools. I understand the point. It's just that because there's a 99% chance that the school you pick is going to be dog shit, I don't see it as a privilege, but as a scam. And I mean, it's a privilege, yes. But you have to pour an insane amount of work, whether it's in the mentorship, whether it's in Art Center, the New Edge, the Art Nest. As the mentees, as the former student, I have students from Art Center, from FZD, from New Edge. They are spending a tremendous amount of time and effort every single day. So you are paying for one service. You're also paying with your time for that, and you are paying it for yourself. The privilege is the result of you having spent the money and the effort. And if you don't spend the effort, it nullifies the privilege. So I see the point. I know that not everyone is financially equal, but it's not a pay to win either. September 2025, just after the summer. FZD was special. I don't know if it was the best. It was special. And after having a few mentees from FZD, they all share the same common issue, which is kind of weird. They share one issue that the Art Nest solves. Goro Majima on chat. Welcome. Seems that you have a fan. How many people are we? 48 after almost 3 hours of me being a boring grandpa? Oh my god. The problem with those schools is that there's so much work involved, there's no way you can make it free. It's not sustainable. As I was saying, there's no way I can make the content of the mentorship for free. Because, first of all, I mean, the education part could be free, but you will be thrown against a 600 plus hour ordeal of making the portfolio without guidance. You will crash yourself. That's tough. That's tough. So, next. My big worry is that with a full-time job life overall, it takes too long to get better at art in order to have the quality level needed for the studio I want to get into. It's similar to what I said before, the life expectation. Do the math on how much time you have available every day, or every week, or every month, or every year. In how many years can you spend 5,000 hours? I'm probably going to shatter some people's dream with that. 5,000 hours to start from zero, don't get me wrong. If you are midway, if you are close to mentorship ready, that's more like 1,000 hours. This video can already be put in discourse. Yeah. Something we are planning with the mentors. I talked with them yesterday about that. It's like, I would like you to, by you, I mean the mentors. I was like, guys, I would love you to make a full demo on one full chapter of portfolio or a mini chapter from start to finish. We're going to cut the boring part where you are just drawing and such, or speed it up. But I want you to explain the why, how you are thinking, what problems you are trying to solve, and showing every step. That would be a demo both of the design, drawing, techniques, and production mindset at the same time. And we are like, okay, that would take a fuck ton of time. We would need to monetize that. And I was like, why not making it live on a weekend, calling it a workshop? We have the video and then we sell the video. Problem solved. Even from you, Dave. I mean, let's spend the week, we book a masterclass with you, and we spend a week on that, and boom, you have your course. It's something that can be done. Yeah, good luck recovering, Dave. Next, the endless cycle of spending 6 months on a portfolio, being happy when it's finally done, and then getting critiques from profession that it's not good enough, applying to job with zero response. How much longer can I take this cycle over and over again before I quit and stay a graphic designer? I would need to review your portfolio, but free question. Is it answering what studio needs? Is it showing you are proficient at design? Is it compatible with what the studio will do? And one more question, are you solving the requirements for production? So again, compatibility with the studios you are aiming at, proficiency to design and to cover the full process, proficiency in solving the production problems and anticipate them, and technique overall. So we need a diagnosis of the portfolio. And that's it. But always wonder, always question yourself. This is important. You cannot spend 6 months without proper planning also. You need to do your research before. That's why we are spending those 5 weeks of mentorship. This is not even to start producing stuff. We are starting to draw in week 4, and the level ups are massive all the time. Okay. But those 5 weeks, they are not even to start the portfolio quote unquote for real. We barely started. It's to put people on a rail and to get people to force them to take 5 weeks where they are barely drawing and they are making the research they need to know how to reach their goal. Because nobody makes enough research about that. Again, the video about crafting a portfolio that gets you hired is giving you the tools to do that. Very important. Next enrollment is in October. I hope Karma is not going to slap me in the face. But if you are interested in October, apply before Concept 101 because it's going to be sold out after Concept 101. September is going to be sold out by the end of the month. Concept 101 is probably going to get us sold out on October, potentially on part of the next class, which is end November, early December. It's probably the last time right now that you can book a slot for the upcoming class. After that, there will be a waiting list. Or you will book it, but for the class after. But Concept 101, if we do things half as good as what we plan, we have one class full in just a day. Hope you are recovering, Cyprian, by the way. Send me a DM if you are interested. Let's talk about that. So yeah, for the person who asked that question, how much longer? If you don't have the agency, you don't know why your work is not good enough, you're not going to last long. You need to really ask yourself why, and ask yourself the question I mentioned, and go watch the video about crafting a portfolio that gets you hired. is going to answer those questions. So, big dump, more of a control thing. Malaysian is known for outsourcing studio. I won't say the conditions are unfavorable, but knowing the salary decrease since 10 years, even without inflation, I fear the state of the job. Yeah, we talked about that. Living paycheck to paycheck. Okay, we talked about it. We talked about that already. Leo Avro's podcast with me. Previous bunch of the videos, we talked about it. Mental health thing. A different project for my school graduation, which is burning me the hell and back. Yeah, welcome to school. That's why I don't like school project where you are wearing so many hats at the same time. Going from working 14 hours to merely 3 hours a day, every project is starting to slack behind. I'm sure it's not good to my lecturers. What if I carry it on the workforce for my lecturers? No, your lecturers are probably not going to care once you're out. If you get complacent, I mean, you working 3 hours a day, it won't work in a studio, of course. So I think you are probably tired, which is normal, working 14 hours a day on school graduation. I'm assuming you're going to graduate pretty soon, so please take a rest. Take like a month of rest while you are not drawing. And I sincerely mean that. Do not draw. Touch grass, do hobbies, go visit friends and relatives. Do anything but art and industry related for a month. Recharge the battery, become hungry again, and then start working on your own stuff. You need to keep the pleasure part. It's very important. It's not bad to take a break. I know I'm the first one. I'm a big workaholic. I'm very addicted to work. And every time someone forced me to take a break, it was very hard in the first day. I was kind of craving it like a crazy person at the beginning, like an addict missing his dose. And then after a few days, you're like, murky water is settling and it's becoming clear again. And the time you spend resting, when you get back to work after, you're going to be so productive that you're going to be more productive than if you work for a full month. Last year, during the summer, I took 3 weeks and a half of break without working, without thinking about work at all. I made the 320 pages of the V2 mentorship in a week. I wrote 320 pages in a week. I was secluded at my dad's cabin, just with him. We are hiking in the afternoon and all the rest of the day and all the evening typing the course. 320 pages in a week. I would have never done that in a month before. It's not bad to take a break and recharge the battery, but I see a few people like taking a break every 2 weeks, like taking a 2-week break every 2 weeks. No, but every 2 months, every 2 or 3 months, taking 1 week or 2 off, not a bad idea at all. And that's something we're going to enforce in the mentorship pretty soon, by the way. Starting in September, we're going to enforce that. Go draw at a cabin instead. Get a cabin in the mountains. That's always a good idea. I love my dad's cabin in the mountain. He lives like a caveman, but I love my dad. But they're like a hermit. But it's like the wise type of hermit. Every time I go visit him, it's like my pilgrimage. At the end of every summer in September, I go spend at least 2 weeks there. And I'm in I'm in my happy place. I'm with my dad. We're just the two of us chilling, doing nothing, hiking a bit, eating simple stuff, talking about everything. It's heaven. It's really worth it to recharge the battery. I love it. So take a break after. Very important. Most likely, I'm saying that not to discourage you, but most likely graduation project is going to cut it for a job unless you are in a very, very good school that is specialized. You will have to redo something. Take your foot off the brake and consider remaking a good portfolio after on your own terms. Next. Important one. As much as I love what I do, sometimes I feel I picked a different career path in my life. That if I picked a different career path in my life, we'll have less stress and doubt. My friends in different fields tend to be able to turn their brain after work hour. Being a creative, it seems like an endless grind and it's hard to shut down my mind. It's not just creative, it's becoming it's being an entrepreneur or freelancer. And you are an entrepreneur as an artist because you are your own business. So there's that factor of hard, and there's also the factor of fulfilling. Is it fulfilling? That's the main question. If it's not fulfilling, if you don't like doing art, don't do it. If it's hard but it's fulfilling and you feel deep inside it's your calling, you know the ikigai, that thing, what you like, what the world needs or what the industry needs, what you can be paid for, what you are good at. If it falls into that, good. And it's funny because everyone focuses just on what I like, what I'm good at. Everyone forgo what the world or what the industry needs and what I can be paid for. Isn't it weird? They just focus on the left part of the thing. With the keyframes and the things like this. And I know who you are in the mentorship. You are one of the best mentees. I have not shared your work yet. I need to. I'm sharing it tomorrow on LinkedIn. But buddy, your work is phenomenal. With a second chapter in your portfolio set. Start applying with a second chapter. I think you will get opportunities. Your work is phenomenal, dude. It's about the pleasure part. Are you taking pleasure in what you do? Are you having fun doing that? You know, it's like pick your hard. Being an artist and grinding a lot, it's hard. Being an employed artist with a big responsibility job, okay, you are paid a lot, but you have a lot of pressure, it's also hard. Being unemployed is hard. Working a different field that is chiller, but you feel bored or not fulfilled, or that you miss your potential calling, it's also hard. It's just about picking the hard you want to have. Doing nothing is hard too. Or rather, the consequences of doing nothing is hard too. Just pick your hard. As a tough bro guru Andrew Tate has it sound. I'm sorry for that. All right. I've seen some artists who've gone to the best art school and have high quality work yet not find a job. I've already covered that. They don't know the business part, they just made flashy pictures. If they can't get in, then the chances of someone with self-doubt or someone who lacks the connection in the industry, it will be very low. No, because maybe the fact they don't find a job is not correlated to the quality of their rendering, but just to the content of their portfolio and the fact that they don't understand how to solve a problem. It's like, do you want to sell water in the ocean? Or in the desert? But that's kind of the same. They are selling water in an ocean. Nobody cares. They are selling fancy picture in a world of fancy pictures, where AI can also do fancy pictures. Nobody cares. It's not the value. Or they are selling fancy picture to people who don't care about that and just want problem solved. Nobody cares either. I have a limited time frame. I'm grinding every day to try and hit the expected skill level to be hireable. I'm afraid that even if I do my best and reach the expected skill level needed, opportunities will not open up for me. I think it's been covered up, and again, the link to the craft a portfolio that gets you hired. To self-diagnose your work and to see if it's on par with the studio's expectation and such. It's going to give you the tool to self-diagnose. Are those trained artists from art school missing something, or is the competition just that? No, they are missing something, which is the business part that most art schools are not teaching, including the big ones. All right, next it's a big one. Other things already being said earlier. I personally feel like I'm too late to starting learning art. Too late. The COVID hiring boom, NFTs. Every time I'm learning a new software or tool, it seems like 3 more tools are required, or the people already in the industry are learning and using that already. In that case, what about learning the timeless and old reliable stuff rather than chasing all of those? Because COVID hiring boom is gone, NFTs is gone. All of that was some hype bubbles, you know. To me, it looks like FOMO right there. What about the old non-FOMO, boring, reliable stuff? Drawing fundamentals, design, storytelling, things like that. Those are not going away. And when everything is crumbles, they are the only one remaining. I think like getting art late feels like I missed the train, and no, the train suddenly seems to stop at the safe station. The people are younger than me and better than me have started sooner. I can give you examples of someone who started at 43 years old, Sebastian Yu. Have a look at his work. He's an art director now. Started just before the COVID. At 43 years old. He's 50 now. This seems to run more on connection and knowing the right people. I think even with a bad portfolio, a person with good connection or visa will be a safer bet. Visa, sure, but bad portfolio, no, not anymore. Just feels like even when I will be good enough, the studio will already have someone what does it without the risk involved. You said it in the chat, buddy. I'm not going to call your name, but we have to deal with the cards we are deal with. There's no time machine, you know. I feel like even I say the new age people like storytelling, hypothetically, studio can tell them to learn that and then just hire them. Connection visa seems to be my biggest fear, and I really hope that I'm wrong. The flip side of the coin is that any job, and I mean any job, even a low-paying one in Eastern Europe, is going to be a fortune in your country. You just need one to change your life, buddy. This solves the first problem, which is the finance things. Just one job anywhere outside of your country as a freelancer, boom. Even if it's paid $100 a day, that's already a fuck ton of money for you. So this is the first thing. Is going to give you so much more firepower than to reach the big ones. But yeah, bad portfolio today, it's unforgiving. A few years ago, also kind of unforgiving in my opinion. Next. I'm a Seagull Gang member. General FOMO around specialization and studio targeting. Fear of choosing an average style general set of studio to target and then having to change of heart to 3 chapter into a portfolio upon finalizing a cold email when it comes time to apply the work. Things are so specific to the individual that it's understandably hard to give a concrete advice on. You can check the studio that you are aiming at. Check the artist's work. If they are specialized, they want specialists. If they are generalists, they want generalists. Do similar stuff as them. Even if you pick 5 or 6 studios, there's going to be way more available than just those 5 or 6. Just that either you don't know about them yet, or else they were irrelevant for the research. But you want to do stylized stuff, Similar to League of Legends, there's so many studios doing that. You want to do photorealistic stuff, there are so many studios doing that. The in-between is problematic. We talked about that at the very beginning of that live. But that's what you can do. Depending on skill range, workflow specialization. I talked about that in the video, the portfolio for the job, so that's fine. Some of which you can already decide yet with zero-handed experience in industry. You need to pick a choice, and whatever specialization you pick at the beginning is not going to define your entire career. It's just an entry point. So pick something at the intersection of what you are good at and what you like. You're going to find ways to make it match the studios. That's what you need to do. If you do those three, you're going to be paid for that, and boom, ikigai. You're good. But really what you like and what you are good at. If you like doing characters, you are terrible at that, do not do that. You have the preparatory module, and you have all the content of the YouTube. It should already give you a lot and a lot and a lot of knowledge. Pretty sure you watched everything. You have to start. And you cannot plan the perfect portfolio. And there's only one way to know if your portfolio is good is to try it. You can plan it as much as you want in your head. You need to try. Worst case scenario, it's not good enough. You have learned on the way, and the next one is going to be better. Just even for a chapter, you know. The worst thing is to plan it, wanting to make it perfect and never starting it. The faster you start it, after a bit of planning still, a few days to plan it, let's say, the faster you will know if it works or not, and the more clarity you will gain. Speed in exposing yourself to feedback and failing faster is going to make you improve way faster than wanting to nail the thing perfect in the first try. About perfectionism, everyone wants to nail things perfect in the first time, and they either never get it done or spend tons of hours doing it. Well, the bulldozers, boom, they send your stuff, and very quickly they get feedback and they know where to go. By trying to nail everything perfect in the first time, you are actively self-sabotaging yourself by removing your exposure to feedback. So by wanting to do everything perfect on the first try, you are slowing down your progress towards infinity. Think about that. My fear is that even after all this effort and hard work, I will never become a full concept artist while getting paid a livable wage. Okay, this one is tough to give actionable advice on. Really, again, deadline. Do your best to stick to it. When the deadline is there, you consider the option, but at least you have no regret. But you are working hard. It's just that we need to make that chapter. We need the gameplay. We need the things. You know what to draw. But we really, really, really need the full chapter. I know it's taking time, but we need the chapter. Next, massive layoffs across the market with experienced artists. We talked about that. Studio has to know everything: character, creature, environment, and Unreal Engine. No. Shitty studio do. Indie studio that are most likely to close want that. It's very rare in serious studio that they want you to know everything. They want you to excel at least one thing and be able to replace someone missing temporarily, able to tinker things on other things. Oh my god. It's a big dump right here. Don't have the fear of not getting good enough. I know I'm able to get pretty good. You are already. I know who you are. I just need my art to be destroyed by stronger people. That's the mindset. There is the fear of not having a job because I'm not likable enough, or what are the traits expected for this industry. Because I'm not a normie people pleaser, I can't pretend the way most people do it to find a job via their corporate language, sugar-coated language. Sugar-coated language in the industry, avoid that. They don't like it. Already succeeded in some interviews though. It's good then. Some contexts are more from a serious field where you can get away with being rough as long as you're efficient. When I say, I mean, not an asshole, not actively doing bad things, just being rougher and more direct than most people. I'm not afraid of confrontation. I can work with people, I apply feedback, etc. Always have good relations with people. It seems it's not the case in the industry. People seem soft-skilling and very sensitive to culture fit, kind of HR stuff, while we have less of that in more specific field. I know part of the answer can be controlled. Tone, content, min-max, appearance, and setting, but sometimes people get thrown off by routines. Yes, I'm the same. I'm exactly the same. I'm going to give you the example of one of my former mentor. One of my former mentor, who has been one of the most influential person I got, is probably the final boss of marketing in France, copyrighted. This guy is the finest psychologist and marketer that I know, to the point that it's becoming very scary. And this guy has been diving into some quite dark stuff. Eventually, I extracted the knowledge, but I did not like his ethics, let's say. But I wanted the knowledge. He's the finest psychologist that I know. This guy is autistic as fuck. And I mean that not out of disrespect. I mean like in the clinical term. Like he's a severely autistically diagnosed person. Where he was like, you know the dark triad, Machiavellian, psychopathy, narcissism, is scoring extremely high on Machiavellian and psychopathy. And he's just not feeling anything regarding people or regarding himself. Not feeling anything. Like Dexter in the Dexter movie, in the Dexter series, you know. And it was like, it has always been hard for me to understand feeling naturally. So I studied them like a scientific. And that's also what I did. It's like really putting things in a box. I mean, I'm feeling things, but too much to the point it's becoming overwhelming. But it's a similar problem when it comes to communication. I'm extremely blunt. And yeah, people are soft-skinned in the industry. There's too much toxic positivity. It's going to change, but it's a bit slow. If you are aware of the problem, unfortunately or fortunately, that's your 100% responsibility. So you need to find the tone to do that. That's dark. Yeah, this guy is dark. He's not a good person, I must say. He's not a good person. I wanted the knowledge desperately, but it's like a great power equals a great responsibility. But yeah. So if people like this can, you can too. It's really about the tone and knowing who you are. It's about not overly intellectualizing everything. Next time you have an interview, I don't care if you buzz the interview, go there with the mindset of I'm just here to have fun, meet interesting people, and talk about things that I like. I'm not here trying to retro-engineer the mechanics and try to read between the lines and see that as a test. I'm just here to have fun and enjoy the thing. I don't know, Anna. I don't know about that person on Craving Companionship. I don't know them personally. I just got them as a mentor and buying their courses. You're welcome, Hini. Talk to you soon. Looking forward for the stickers, by the way. They are very good. But yeah, person who wrote that thing, try to go with the mindset of going there for fun and jamming, and you can trust your abilities. I think I'm going to be blunt with you right there. With the way you are talking, it seems that you are overly analyzing everything and want to put kind of everything in a box. Or put a label on everything and have a rational explanation for everything. I'm the same. I'm really the same. I like having explanation for everything, but it's going to paralyze you, and they're going to sense that there's this kind of veil between you and them where you are processing things in real time. It's going to paralyze you. Next interview, tell yourself you're there to have fun. I was talking with my mentor, my actual mentor yesterday. I had to do a retrospective about the last 6 months. And I was talking about the calls I have with people for the mentorship. I'm not even trying to sell that. Initially, it was called where I was trying to sell it. It's been more than 6 months and I'm not even trying to sell it. I'm just like, it's been sold out for 2 years. Consistently, I'm not here to sell it. I'm just here to answer questions and have fun. And my mentor was like, 6 months ago in your objective, you said that you had to improve on your ability to sell. What do you think about that? And I was like, well, it's funny because I'm not trying to anymore. I know the mentorship is good. The reputation is following us now. It is the biggest argument. People who come to calls, they know what it's about. I don't have to convince them about that. And now I'm becoming more and more picky with the calls. And I say that already in previous live streams. But now my goal when I'm having a call, it's not even to sell. I don't care. I know the data. I know the numbers. That's fine. I know it's going to be sold out. My goal is just to meet an interesting person and to fall in love intellectually with someone. If I'm not having those two criteria, I'm not taking the person in or not proposing the person to join. And I said it several times, like I remember very vividly most of the calls with people in the mentorship. So really that idea of falling in love intellectually and vibing with the person for 30 minutes, I want that. I want a good feeling. I want it to be cool. I told the horrendous story of someone who booked a call. Work was great. Sending a message, hey, I don't have a webcam, I don't have a mic. I was like, oh shit. You literally tick the box promising that you had the functioning mic and webcam. You lied to me, and it was like, hey, I want to do the call on WhatsApp because I can do it on my phone. At that moment, I should have been like, no. See you, Laurie. I should have been like, no. You did not respect the rule. I should not respect anything because you did not respect that. I took the call on WhatsApp and it was exactly what I was expecting. It was horrible. The vibe was terrible and I feel drained after the call. I don't want to have those calls. I want to have fun. And I think people who have been into calls where we really got fun can even say it in the chat right now. And I don't know if it's what convinced you. I don't want to assume for you, but I think it helped. I see it in the percentile of successful calls, at least. Maybe there are other factors. There are probably others. But I told my mentor, I don't need to muscle up my selling skills because I don't need them. So it's interesting, you know. Before I was processing things. I'm still having my structure, of course. But before I was like, okay, let's try to drive it back towards the mentorship and such. And now I'm like, who the heck are you? You know who we are. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so the last 6 months regarding sales is good. It's just, let's have fun, you know. Who cares? Who cares? Only good people join. That's good. All right. I'm afraid of example actor. I cannot control stoicism. We must accept. I already lost FT job opportunity. One more feedback for you. I told you already, avoid acronyms and abbreviation. We don't know what it is. I don't know what is FT. Yes, Christina, it's important to vibe. I remember our call. It was the first one in my new apartment. I just had internet 5 minutes ago. I just plugged the box and I was surrounded by cardboard. It was just my laptop on an empty table surrounded by cardboard. I remember our call very well. It was a very nice call. You activated trump card on call. The cat, exactly. The cat jumped on the thing. I remember. The cats have a bit of a cheat code. Little Hades is squandering certain calls sometimes, but that's fine. He unplugged my mic a few days ago. That's fine. Job 2, illness, nepotism, change of immigration law. Yeah, this, unfortunately, that sucks and we have to deal with that. Fun time jobs? Yep, let's assume fun time. Cat equals charisma boost. Yeah, that's why I'm telling everyone to put cats in their portfolios. So yeah. To the person who wrote that, I know you are in the chat. Next calls, tell yourself you're there to have fun. Talk about the subject that you like and that you are enthusiastic about. And that you're going to talk to interesting people. I can guarantee you that your success rate will be better this way. When you are trying hard, they can feel it. And it's not good. Next. In common, all the above interest me plus myself. 3 years without work, huge gap before only a couple of years, irrelevant expense. I can see in the studio that I spared that must have 5 years. Answer, you are not super for us. Wherever I can. I will send my application about 30, but I still think that getting anywhere is unrealistic. Have that second chapter. Have some NPCs. You started working on them. You are in very good hands with Jess, by the way. But 30 is not enough. You need to 10x that. And this is the important part. With each refusal, motivation simply falls to the bottom of the gorge, and I cannot get rid of my fear, even with sedative. Continue to do my best. I know rejection sucks. I know. Okay, I'm acknowledging that. Nobody likes that. You really need to put yourself in the mindset of my sole goal for the day is to send 10 applications or 10 cold email with the templates. That's your sole goal. Once you have that second chapter, please focus on the second chapter, then start applying. So you have the guy, you have the lady, you have some NPCs. We'll have a few gameplay, a few seasonal skins for the lady. And then we're good. Once we have this, let's go. Then your sole goal is not to get answers, it's just to send 10 applications a day. You do this for months. Okay? The goal is to desensitize yourself to rejection. Studio ghosting you, studio telling you no. It's not them telling you you are bad. There's nothing personal in that. They're not going to remember about that. It's very important for the professionalism that you desensitize yourself for that. And the only way is through exposure or gamification. Ideally both. Because that volume of application is what is going to nullify luck or lack of luck. 30 is from May. Okay. Focus on the portfolio first. I know who you are. I trust you. And you are in very good hands with Jess. And the person who answered to you 30 is nothing. Yep. Fire and forget. Very important. Still have so many folks. I'm going to stay for 20 more minutes, but then I have to go. I'm starving. I have to do my little gym. And I have a bit of stuff to do for the Concept 101. It's the death of the mind, yeah. To the person who wrote that, if you need some, if you're open to the help of someone, send me a DM. I can recommend you to someone soft, as I was saying previously. I've been working 3 times with them, as I was saying before. It's non-invasive, in control, works in English, distance, $70. I'm not touching anything. It's just there if you want. It can definitely help with that. I don't know if you would be receptive to it. Talk with the person. That person is very benevolent. See you, Christina. Taking the #1 crown, by the way. 300 XP. Oh, what did I do? Here we go. So next, I can see myself improve to the level I want to improve to be able to be satisfied by my own work. I feel the bar is set to the moon and I can take it very long to achieve my dream goals. That is a very big factor for me, and every day I feel like I'm running out of time. Question that worries me a lot is, what am I missing personality and creativity wise so I can find myself working in the dream studio I want to work on? Pretty independent for them. So you have the preparatory module, so it's good. I think what you are missing is the right attitude towards grinding. If I said that already, but if you tell yourself every single day, I'm not at that level, I'm not at that thing, you are feeding a negative reinforcement loop and you're going to burn out and discourage yourself. And more likely, you're going to create a belief that you are not good enough and you're going to act ways that confirms that belief because our little brain is stupid, preferring to be right and equals to safe rather than doing what is necessary. Instead, give yourself a quantified and qualified amount of work you have to do every day and do it. And at the end of every day, if it's done, you can pat yourself on the back and tell yourself, I have done it, and you need to keep the habit. Improvement is the result of habit. It's not the result of a goal like that. So it's about building a habit and sticking to it and seeing the habit for what it is and finding a positive reinforcement loop every day. You tell yourself, I have done the thing. I move one step forwards toward my goal. And then it's portfolio. Talked about that a zillion times already in that video. The adjacent thing is that the game that I love are specific category and there are not a lot of studio making them. I'm pretty sure you can find some compatible stuff, and generally the stuff that we like to play is not always the stuff that we like to draw. My favorite games are indies like Journey, Ori, things like that. Expedition 33. I would not like for the fuck of me to design for Expedition 33. It's too abstract. It's too abstract for me. I like things having meaning. It's beautiful. I love playing it. It reminded me of Iron. It reminded me of Dark Souls. I love it. But designing that, I could not enjoy that. Personal taste. But what they did is gorgeous. Same with Ori. Like, I'm pretty sure I would have learned how to like it because I was very good at drawing like them in the past. That's the only time I was doing stylized stuff. But I don't know if I would have liked working on Ori eventually. Just thinking, okay, I'm afraid that even if I make it to my dream studio that can support a comfortable life for me, do I keep this job in the log road? Being a character, and how can I join that big studio as soon as possible? Question is that studio accessible from the get-go or not? If not, what are compatible studios that are similar that are accessible? You need to start with them. And I want to address a word of caution regarding the Dream Studio. We fantasize a lot about what we do not have. And it's not just studios, it's everything. You do not have a pet, you fantasize about having a pet, you ignore the bad side. you have an unhealthy obsession about someone, you're going to fantasize that person and ignore the bad aspect of that person. And if you eventually, same with a studio, you fantasize about the good aspect, you ignore the bad ones. No person, studio, pet, anything is perfect. There are always downsides that you cannot anticipate. And when your reality crashes on that, it can be extremely violent, especially the more time and effort you have been investing in that fantasy. So be careful about the dream studio. It's a very powerful motivator, but it can be a curse also. If you reach that eventually, and it's not exactly how you imagine. It happened to me at Ubisoft. It's not to bash Ubisoft. I know it's trendy to bash Ubisoft right now, but at the time, I genuinely loved Ubisoft. It was really my dream studio. No joke. And I arrived, and to me, it was looking like this. The first day I arrived, I really felt that the studio was something like this. It's not going to help with the Ubisoft bashing right now, but the reason is that I was expecting it to be so organized, and eventually I just discovered, okay, the job is just about handling chaos non-stop. It was weird. And it took me a lot of time to accept that, because then you have to grieve that former ID of the studio, of the people, of the anything, and you have to accept things for what they are. So Dream Studio, it's fine. Do not bet your soul happiness and worth as an artist and as a person based of having a certain line on the CV. I can tell you that there are people working in studios you will dream about that are extremely unhappy, and people working in studios that you never even expected you would love that are more happy than those people. And to give you an example, my happiest, most fulfilling project was a racing game happening in the southeast of France. I hate the southeast of France, like the Mediterranean Sea, the French Riviera. I hate that place. It's my personal hell. And I'm not interested in racing games, especially Dubai influencer type of cars. I don't like Lamborghinis. I don't like them. I mean, if someone gives me a Lamborghini, sure, I will like it a lot. But I like old school American cars. That's the only ones that I really like as for sports cars, like Mustangs and things like that. That's my jam. I'm not a car person, but that's the only one that I appreciate. Like the Shelby GT500. Oh my god, I love that car so much. Not sure I would want to have one. I'm fine with my dad car right now. It's like your typical dad's car. That's fine. But it was a game about Lamborghinis in the French Riviera. Southeast, not southwest. I love the southwest of France. I don't mind the chocolatine. That's fine. That's not how we say it where I am, but I love their food. Like cassoulet, very good. Confit de canard, very good. Basque cheese, very good. No, that's fine. But it was my best project. Despite me working on some Warhammer project, Lord of the Rings games, and both the Warhammer and Lord of the Rings were preposterous for me. It was horrible. I hated those projects with every inch of my soul. Despite being my 10 years old me dream project. Just the thing they did with it, I didn't like it. So careful about the dream project. Next. Oh my god. Yeah, one chapter is nothing. It's not enough. And I've been saying that from the get-go. It seems that people tend to be forgetting that. Okay, next one. My fears are playing for over 6 months and not showing trust for the studio I applied to. Like many other wrote, I'm afraid that someone younger and skilled. I'm relatively unknown, not very active, and I'm 48 years old. But honestly, I'm more afraid of ending up on my deathbed with the regret of not having tried. Let's keep in mind what a Jedi Master, like, do you know it? There's no try. Exactly. In the hiring process, I'm afraid I might say something wrong. So hiring process and interview, you have to expose yourself to that and you have to prepare that. And the more you do, the more likely you are to succeed. Applying for the 6 months and receiving feedback from studio. If you have been applying for over 6 months with the portfolio you currently have, it's not enough in terms of quantity. The first chapter is great, but we need more and we need to address the things we have been telling you for a few months now because the same issue are recurring. We need at least a second chapter, then a few extra keyframes from you, and we should be good to start. Someone is saying 3-4 months from here, I'd like to apply to the mentorship for making my skin portfolio. Would you be able to make a call in Canada or just send a DM? Send me a DM. Send me a DM. Yeah, send me a DM. Send me a DM. I'm going to redirect you towards the call eventually, but send me a DM with your portfolio. Let's see. Let's see already. Send me a DM with your folio. Next, I'm new. I'm not even out of high school. Even though I'm always beating myself over having been on and off with art, and now that I'm serious about it, I always think to myself, if I just stuck with it from the beginning, I would have been much better now. And now the pressure of becoming capable enough to get a job in a few years and start adulting in a semi-stable manner is just ramping up by the day, along with the worry that companies may only want to hire someone with 10 plus years of XP. And seeing these other people with consistent is both comforting and worrying. It's not worrying, it's just every artist is having that. Imposter syndrome and lack of confidence, because all of that, I think all of that can be summarized by lack of confidence. Is the common point every artist have. So you're not alone. You are so young if you are still in high school. Prodigies that are starting at 18 years old, they are very, very, you can count them the finger on one hand probably. So listen, most people start at least at 25 years old. We talked about mimicking experience. And I know it's frustrating when you are quote unquote young. I'm not old, please. To say like you are young, you have time, but 18 is young. It's very, very, very young. Focus on the fundamentals. Learn how to draw, learn how to design. The community is there for you. You want to speed things up. Preparatory module can help, but again, you get it or not, I don't mind. Resources of the Discord are there. Community is there to help. Join the grant set. You're going to level up so much more with the grant set and the community than anyone else. Plus, because you are young, you are still a sponge to learn things. So it's going to be fast. And at 18 years old, you have a fuck ton of energy. I wish I still had the energy when I was 20. Oh my God. I was doing 2 sleepless nights a week. And the rest of the day, I was sleeping 4 hours a day. Then passing out on the weekend, but that's another story. But I endured that for 3 years. I wish I had that energy today. That's a big one. And I think I might have addressed that already privately with you, buddy, a few months ago. Fear being too old is simply irrelevant. 40 years old, we think younger artists can concentrate more. Okay, so we talked about age. Fear of not being good enough and FOMO, you need to be a master of many things, land in latest industry program. You've been in the mentorship. You know exactly what I think about that. Industry saturated by pros, making it harder for newcomers. At every layoffs, you can see veteran artists posting, I'm not jobless. Yeah, and most of them, they don't even understand why they got hired for 10 years in the first place. So first of all, quit social media. Quit anything negative. Like, I'm serious, folk. You are not missing anything on social media. Like, the bad news, honestly, that's my reflex when I'm not having the social fixer thing. Like, when I'm on my phone, when I see anyone posting bad news, I'm blocking the person. I'm literally blocking the person regardless of who they are. I probably blocked a few people who are now in the Discord or some mentees I don't even know. But it's really my reflex of creating my social media. Every time I see something negative, I'm blocking the thing. I don't care. It can be an ad, it can be a video, it can be a post that I don't like, boom, blocked. I don't care. Don't want that in my life. You become what you consume. If you consume shit and negativity, you're going to become the avatar of negativity, you know? The industry itself, it's not a big and cruel machine doomed to crush people. It's more likely most artists are unequipped to deal with the reality of the job and they crush themselves. Again, they don't know the business part, and I truly believe that most artists will really benefit from the business side of understanding business more than any extra tutorial about technique. That's going to be my presentation at Concept 101, by the way. I'm going to re-explain once and for all to everyone what is expected in the job and how you can achieve that in your portfolio. It's going to be very different than the presentation from Kind of Art. It's going to probably ruffle up a few feathers, but it's really, okay, guys, everyone is acting like they don't know what's happening. Every artist is acting like they don't know why they don't get a job, while everyone knows exactly why, but just don't want to admit that. So let's rip up the band-aid. Let's explain to everyone what is the job, what is expected, what to do, what not to do, and how you can do that. Again, the stories, don't read the IGM and Kotaku. Just because there's some bad story doesn't mean it's there everywhere. And just to give you an example, I've been at Cantic Dream after the drama. They probably learned the lesson very hard because I've never seen anything toxic in 6 months there. They probably learned the lesson, you know? And a lot of dramas, not all of them, but a lot of them, it's those shitty-ass Kotaku journalism who are making it a company culture problem, when it's just a person-to-person problem that has been painted as a cultural problem. That's why I hate those journalists so much. Because they are painting with broad stroke and they are damaging so much studios. So, my own school teaches a frat board cultures to students. Yeah, I mean, schools. Recently spoke with a concept artist who's been burning out at their former studio. Did you ask yourself if it was the studio who burned the person or the person who burned themselves with the studio? Don't want to blame the person, but it's a question that is needed, that you need to ask yourself. Like, every time I got burnt in studio, it was my fault. I burnt myself at Ubisoft because I hated corporate world. I burnt myself at Canty Dream because I hated corporate world and I did not know how to deal with certain management things. I burnt myself with Chinese clients because I didn't know how to deal with them. Every time I've been burning myself, it was my fault. So I don't want to put the blame on the victim, but I wish more people had a sense of accountability. It's case by case, of course. They decided to quit for a bit and venture into other artistic pursuits while you always hear more about bad stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're sharing good news on LinkedIn. Even on social media, even if everyone just want to bitch and whine about everything. What's the point of going to social media if it's for that? Block everyone, share good stuff, Subscribe to positive things. It's not about being naive. It's not being in denial. It's about being a sane person. Stop engaging yourself with content that makes you mad. It's very important. Your fellow imposter syndrome, I wrote you a 4,000 character essay about that. Well, just working on one chapter of portfolio has become one of the most difficult tasks in my life. I'm going to ask you the same question. You've been there for over a year. We are scratching the surface of that first chapter. You constantly say it's painful. Is it a sunk cost fallacy situation? Do you really like that subject? Do you really like drawing? I prefer you to be honest with yourself and not burning yourself. I think it's going to be easier, you know? I hope it doesn't sound like a betrayal. It's just that I know that you have been repeatedly telling myself that you are not enjoying the thing. So again, why engaging with content that makes you mad? Because you're going to be hired for what you have in your portfolio and expected to do something similar. So if you don't like that, why do you want to be hired doing things that you don't want to do? I'm pretty sure you even told me a few weeks ago that you wanted to change project. Where is it? I don't even know when was the latest update. I understand the fear of what else to do if not Conceptual, but you need to be careful about the sunk cost fallacy. I agree with you, Sherry. It's a bit brutal, but I'm really starting to think like this, at least for me. It's going to sound like Andrew Tate. I'm sorry. It's like whatever happens to me, it's my fault. Even when it's out of my control, it's my fault. It makes things so much more easier to deal with. At least you keep your agency. Of course, certain things happening to me are not my fault. But it's way easier to process information this way. And at least, even if it's not your fault, you're immediately asking yourself, what can I do about it? That is in my control and at my own scale. So I know that you've sacrificed a lot, buddy. And I don't want to be harsh. I don't want to beat you into submission in front of everyone. That's not the goal. But I want you to be honest. Because to me, it looks like you are grieving certain things. And you are stuck in either bargaining or denial. I don't know. And it seems that you're constantly exposing yourself to so many negative emotions. You're constantly expressing so many negative emotions. I'm not talking about the portfolio, the career part. I just want you to feel well. That's the first thing. Then once you feel well, once in terms of psychology, things are settled, the water is not murky, we can assess what to do. But the first thing is to stop exposing yourself to negativity and to clear off that negativity of you. It sounds woo-woo hippie magic, I know, but you cannot move forward with clarity in such situation. I'm sorry if I'm sounding like Andrew Tate right now, but I just want you to be good first, to feel good first, to feel safe, in control, with agency. And then let's figure out what to do. But if it's constantly to reiterate on the fact that it's daunting and such, I just don't know. I'm just like Antonio was saying in his video about the mentoring. Nobody else than you can fix the motivation. I cannot fix the motivation. I wish I could, but I can't. So that's why it's of the utmost importance that you are honest with yourself and you ask yourself, what do you like to do? Are you liking what you currently do? If yes, act accordingly. If no, act accordingly too. That's all I can say. To me, it seems that you have been fighting with that motivation and that drive for over a year now. I cannot fix that. I have no agency of that, and even if I had, it would be irresponsible for me to affect that. So, yeah. Yeah, did you try other method that could grant you result with more fun? Be it with other technique, etc. Yeah, exactly. The fear that I can be replaced at any moment, that my work is short-lived, and the fear that I find work takes longer despite all the sacrifice and hard work. So ask yourself again, why is it that my portfolio only attracts short-lived work? That's the question. When we see your portfolio, would we reasonably be able to tell ourselves that person, we could hire the person for a long time and get them to handle the full production circle? I think the answer lies there. Oh my god, we're going to finish the thing. I don't care. I'm starving right now. As a young artist of about 20, I think the biggest difficulty and fear for me is that it's hard for me to find my way. I am an art and color foundation and college graduate student full of passion for art, but I feel like I was having a hard time finding my way. I don't know what to do with the content that was produced in my school's classroom to meet the need of the industry. Spoiler, most likely the content you produce at your school won't meet the standards of the industry. I'm sorry to tell you that, but 99% of schools, they don't know what the industry wants. I think the confusion is the most demoralizing, the inability to find a suitable mentor, the lack of information about working in the industry, a bit of the good ability, but I don't know how to start. The Art Nest. Watch everything that we have on the channel. Watch the free course. Potentially, if your finance allow for it, consider the preparatory module. You have everything at The Art Nest to help you with that. Talk with people. Can someone in the chat find that comment and tell that person to watch that video, or at least you can give them my answer? I think it would be helpful for that person. Next. Oh my god, another big dump right here. Feeling of lost time, what if, minor regrets, and socially acceptable adulting never goes away. It's the strongest in the early 20s. It dissipates, it just keeps stacking until you eventually become desensitized to those thoughts and naturally let go of no choice. Everyone wish they had a time machine. I wish I had a time machine to buy Bitcoin in 2009 and to mine Bitcoin in an entire... my mom was living in a school, there was like 100 PCs in 2029 in the school. We could have mined Bitcoins like motherfuckers. I wish I had a time machine for that. Then to invest in Hex in January 2019. Sell it in the summer 2021 to make a 5,000x, sorry. And probably to avoid having said a few stuff to certain people and to be at the right place at the right moment. To do stuff differently, to pursue the mentorship earlier, things like that. Unfortunately, we don't have a DeLorean. So we have to go with what we have. And whatever we do, it's always going to be suboptimal. So, the more years pass, the more past decision I have to question. It's past. You're not going to change them. All that matters is what are you doing with the time given to you now. You're not of people to directly compare yourself to the moment you lose the academia and again. You have the Art Nest again. You become the... Okay, another Andrew Tate cliche. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. You have hundreds of very active people on the server. They are pros. Use them as your average. Ask yourself what would they do, or ask them what would they do. They will answer to you. But yeah, the second you leave school and everyone goes off, it makes your own wild decision. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You go from overnight, you go from graduate to jobless loser. I know. It was the same for me. I got kicked out of school. The more you see cases of people around you switching vocation or capitalizing of prior lectures, which didn't make sense at the time. Yeah. And so all that prior self-judgment gives me a boost out of extent. The main thing is not giving to apathy like most people. Yeah, it's probably answering to someone else right there. Yeah, it's answering to someone else. Okay. But yeah, to quote one of my mentors, I would say decrease the judgment of others, increase the judgment of yourself. I don't give a shit about others. Like in Andorra, I have people making 10 times more money than me and 10 times less work. I'm like, good for them. I don't know how to do that. I will learn how to do that. Maybe I will never be able to do that, but I will try. On the other hand, some people are making 10 times less money than me with 10 times more work than me. They envy what I do with the artness because it's so simple compared to their tentacular business. And I envy certain aspect of theirs. That's fine. I'm a good friend with a French YouTuber. He's making roughly 200K a month with his product. And I was telling him, dude, I envy your results so much. And he was like, dude, I envy your simplicity so much. I will trade my money for the simplicity you have with the artness because you are on your own with 4 mentors. And I have to deal with 22 people that I have to manage every day. It's a mess. And if I miss a month, I'm dead. I was like, whoa. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Whoever you compare yourself to, there's always some aspect you will trade and some other you won't. So comparison, it's kind of pointless in my opinion. Unless it's to retro-engineer some criteria that you need to achieve. In that case, that's fine. My fear is art as a career consuming me. Then, okay. Consuming me more than to take care of myself, and I fear I can stop because of my slow rate in learning, lack of tact. Just an article in general. I'm confident with every new product I have experience and effort. I find my rate of pushing out of my comfort zone and being timid is currently a handicap. Can't just brute force. My strategy is slow paced. A good psychology specialist can help you with that. You're getting out of your comfort zone. That's something that I've said already several times. The best way to develop, pick something out of your control, crash on it. Like I was showcasing that project that I made. This one. It's ludicrously difficult. 120 million polygons, etc. I modeled everything. It took me 3 months. I leveled up so much. I went from stuff like this to this. I think it was worth it. I struggled a lot. Took a lot of time, but I was like, okay, I'm not calling it done until it's done. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Because eventually it paid off. That's the only way. Or else you get someone who holds you accountable and force you through that, but sometimes it's not healthy. I focus on art throughout my life and constantly in other area of my life. I think my connections and I've work came just from logs. The only merit would be staying and pushing on art for 15 years. Very behind in problem solving. Negative social life and the finances. Yeah, that's happening a lot. We tend to sacrifice everything for art. I can talk about that. I'm trying to figure out a way to not become too personal right here. I've got some recent set of bad heavens last month, a bit more than a month ago now. No, exactly a month ago, that got me to think about several aspects of my life that I neglected. And it was a bit of an electroshock that I needed. I'm not grateful for that bad news, but it gave me the impulse I needed to finally change certain things and address that. And it's so much better regarding health, social life, relationship with certain people, etc. And I just decided to devote my entire summer to that. And now that I started and I start to reap a bit of the benefits, I'm like, what the fuck have I done in the last 10 years? Why have I not done more of that? Because the time I spend on it that is hindering, quote unquote, remove from productivity, because it's not some extra voices in my head telling me, hey, you are lacking this, you are lacking that, you're lacking that, you need to, you're forsaking that aspect of your life. Now that it's kind of being solved, it's very quiet and you get a lot of clarity and a lot of efficiency on work. Like working out 4 times a week. Okay, you devote 2 hours of that. That's fine. You're so much more productive after. Yeah, health-wise is going to be better. It's just a cervical hernia, ripped trapezius, torn apart trapezius because of the tablet. I'm working on that with a physical therapist and a coach to the gym. So I have to do baby exercise right now, at least on my trapezius, to not rip it apart and to compensate for that. So I think a bit like a loser at the gym, but I don't care. The progress are immense. And I don't care about lifting the super heavy weight. I can on my other hand, that's fine. At least reasonably heavy stuff. Left one I can't. That's fine. One baby step at a time. Same for the cervical hernia, that's fine. Works. But yeah, neglecting my neck for the last 3 years and my back for the last 3 years was a bad idea. So if your life is screaming you to have a social life, to understand finance, relationship, your health, do it right now. Do not tell yourself, when this is solved, I'm going to do that. Now. Because if your health breaks, you cannot draw and you cannot do art anymore. If a relationship breaks you and you are heartbroken for months after, what kind of productivity will you have? If you have no social life and isolation is perceived in the brain like physical pain and torture, if you are isolated for too long and you neglect that, you're going to become crazy, dude. You need a fine balance of all those points. I know that sometimes for a few months you neglect one for the others. I've been doing it too. But it's very important. And right now I'm neglecting my health because I should be working out right now. But hey, we are like 5 messages away from the end. So let's finish that thing. Focus on other important aspects. It's not at the detriment of art. It's going to be a complement. Field is so competitive and demanding. Always have been. Unfortunately. There's no contentment in that field. Yeah, it's an endless grind. Envy. Envy needs to motivate you. Perfectionism, insecurity. We talked about that. Work buried under idea. You should never, ever rely on professional work to constitute a portfolio. When you work full time, have at least 1 or 2 projects a year. Ideally 3. 1 project every trimester. Something like this. Few pictures, qualified, best of your ability at the time, you're good. For the country, we talked about it. We done. No more. Ooh. It was a long session. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh my god, it was dirty work. Again, I hope that did not sound like an asshole. That's not the intention. I have to protect myself from the negativity too, you know. I truly hope you found it valuable, folks. That you liked it. Thank you so much for having stuck for so long. It's crazy. Like look at the curves. It's crazy that so many people stayed this way. You know the drill. Mentorship for September. You're the preparatory module. I will give an extra exercise for the summer. Next live, we are talking about how we got here in the industry and why we are in the dark age of concept art. Not because it's hard, but because nobody knows what to do. There's going to be a little pitch about the preparatory module. So next week, next live, the preparatory module is made available for a few days to grab so you can train during the summer. Next opening for it will be after the summer. That's pretty much it. Hope you enjoyed it, folks. Hope it was useful addressing that. Hope you found value in it. And yeah, see you soon. Take care. Bye.